Microphone, please.
Okay, how about now? Okay. You can watch the meeting in person. You can watch it on channel 26. You can video stream it. And there's also a Zoom conference. And those are included below. And that's the HTTPS Zoom. Those of you who know how to get on Zoom, I guess you know how to do that. The webinar ID is 876-3714-9010. And by phone, it's 669-900-6833 or 253-215-8782 or 346-248-7799. So speakers will be asked to provide their name and city of residence, although providing this is not required for participation. My paper here says people are afforded up to 3 minutes, but it's really going to be 5 minutes. Speakers will be muted until their opportunity is available for them to provide public comment. We're going to do the pledge. Well, before we do the pledge, I'll go read the other stuff here. If you have written comments, please submit public comments to planning staff before the meeting via email to dhanham, it's HANHAM, at ci.pinole.ca.us. Please include your full name, city of residence, and agenda item you are commenting on. Persons wishing to speak on an item listed in the agenda may do so when the chair asks for comments in favor of or opposition to the item under consideration. After all those persons wishing to speak have done so, the hearing will be closed and the matter will be discussed amongst the commission prior to rendering a decision. And anyone can appeal an action of planning commission or the planning manager by filing an appeal with the city clerk in writing within 10 days of such action. Following a public hearing, the city council may act to confirm, modify, or reverse the action of the planning commission, and the planning commission may act to confirm, modify, or reverse the action of the planning manager. The cost to appeal the decision is $500 with a minimum $2,500 deposit fee. If you challenge the decision of the planning commission regarding the project in court, you may be limited to raising only those issues or you or someone else raised at the public hearing or in writing delivered to the city of Pinole at or prior to the public hearing. So I'm calling the meeting in order and we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That's probably the closest we've ever done it. It sounds like a big echo when we were, all at home doing it. Okay, so land acknowledgement. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We're proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. So with that, would you roll call, please?
Here, Commissioner Minnis.
Present.
Commissioner Martinez.
Present.
Commissioner Benzvuli.
Here.
Commissioner Wong. Let the record show that Commissioner Wong will be late this evening. He called earlier today, so he should be coming into the meeting a little bit later. Commissioner Current.
Here.
Vice Chair Moriarty.
Here.
Chair Benuelos.
Here.
Let the record show that there are 6 commissioners, so we can act on all the items we have tonight.
Okay, great, thanks. Okay, our next thing we're going to do is citizens to be heard. And public may address the planning commission on items that aren't on the agenda. Planning commissioners may discuss the matter brought to their attention, but by state law, the Brown Act, action must be delivered to a future meeting. Time allowed is 5 minutes. Do we have any people that would like to speak? Or
Yes.
citizens to be heard?
Chair Van Willis, there are a number of people online. I only see one hand raised so far. So if anyone wants to speak, please use the raise hand feature on Zoom. Or if you're connecting on phone, please press *9. So the first speaker I have that I see a hand up for is David Rupert and Irma Rupert. Irma, you have been allowed to speak.
Junior. I'm a long resident of Old State and a person who's really also on the planning. I first like to indicate the action of Mr. Han on the action you've been taking for affordable housing. I mentioned this before at various times during the years.
Hey,
But
David,
I'm now seeing,
excuse me, David.
yes.
We're having trouble hearing you. You're kind of cutting in and out.
So am I. Connection may be bad. I've tried to release my side, and I hear you, but you come in. Can you hear me?
Well, you're still kind of coming in and out.
Okay, well, then I will log off, log back on again, hopes that the connection on Zoom back itself, but normally you don't have this problem, but there's always first and the second time in the word communications. So I will log off and log back in to see if the connection.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
So while he's doing that, is there a next person?
I don't see another person right now. So if we want to give Mr. Rupert a minute, we can
Okay,
do that.
let's do that. Is there anyone here in the audience that wants to speak on anything that's not in the agenda?
There, excuse me, you could also go to item D or if you want to now and then go back to citizens to be heard after once.
So while we're
Yeah,
waiting for Mr. Rupert, I don't see any hands going up here, so in the chamber. So let's go ahead and do meeting minutes. The late April 11th meeting. Does anyone have any comments about the last April 11th meeting minutes?
This is actually just a question, and it was regarding the construction hours, and I was wondering if we want to follow up on when the municipal code said that construction could happen on Saturday or not. I know that was the question. It's recorded correctly in the minutes, but so I just want to know if construction will be happening on the Genova project on Saturdays.
Went back to what was approved for the code. So,
Okay, and in the code, it is no construction on Saturday.
yes.
For a project like that. Okay, great. Okay, and I think everything else for me was clear.
Okay.
That's my only question.
All right, great. Anyone have any comments on the minutes? Being none, now I'll look for a motion to approve.
This is, I'll move to approve the minutes of the Planning Commission meeting from April 11th, 2022.
I'll second that.
I'll second.
Okay, so Raphael said first. We have a motion in a second. You want to do a roll call vote?
Yeah, Commissioner Menace,
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez,
Aye.
Commissioner Benzuli,
Aye.
Commissioner Current,
Aye.
Vice Chair Moriarty,
Yes,
Chair Van Willis.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay.
Chair, I see Mr. Rupert back as well.
You back in? Okay. So, Mr. Rupert, if you can hear us, you can go ahead.
I'm muting myself. Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah, you sound way better.
Great. The link is improved by redialing back in. Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Panam, Commission. My name is David O. Rupert Jr., and I'm a frequent speaker at City Council meetings and Planning Commission for a number of years, and have a working knowledge of what both council and you as a commission do. I'd first of all like to congratulate the aggressive stance that the current commission has taken on providing affordable moderate income housing in the city. It's something that has not been done over past years. And you've been aggressive at this and trying to get us to compliance with the state as soon as possible. So well, I'd like to see you keep up the good work and get us in compliance with the state and with our own personal needs, which I think are tantamount to having enough housing for the citizens in Pinole. Second of all, I don't know whether or not you have all received a letter which I penned to Mr. Hanham. Is it that letter get to you folks at all?
No.
Okay, well, I'm informed that that letter
A letter.
was received by the city clerk and distributed to the commission, the city council, and the city attorneys, including Mr. Mogg. So
Yeah.
if you don't have that,
Yeah, we did get that.
It
You
was
did?
delivered by email, Commissioner Current, probably a week or so ago, not at tonight's meeting.
at least some while to acknowledge that I had sent these city clerk. So how many have or do not or have it, or I can just resend it again to Mr. Hannum and he can distribute to you. But they should have reached at least 10 or 15 people. So I won't make comment on that letter. Hopefully you can read it and get back to me, somebody who would want to speak either for the group or discuss some of the points. It is 10 pages, quite detailed, but I think it's to the benefit that the commission addressed the issues pointed in that letter. There are multiple issues and other issues I've subsequently discovered since then, which will affect the performance of what you're doing in the city as a commission. And so it's a tantamount of importance that I talk to legal and somebody from your group or at time at your convenience. I'm available most of the time since I set my own practice when I go to work. Having said that, I will not talk on other points, but I'm glad to see that we are actually reciting some of the code in here as far as what and what cannot happen. In the agenda that's posted for tonight, the group that I work with had actually found a few other typo errors that can be corrected very quickly and will cause less confusion when you deal with people in the public like me and others who may not have the facilities I have to actually look and analyze some of the issues that were brought to my attention. So with that, I will adhere, like always, to whatever the local rule states, and I see it, the clock has been reset to the 5 minutes. It wasn't before, and then Commissioner Banuelos, as chair, has actually decided to be consistent with the other commission members who actually done things by rote, which I think is very important to the public. So I'll see the rest of my time. Hopefully somebody will be getting back to me, city attorney or Mr. Hanham, so we can sit down and talk about these things, because I do not like to see our city perform at a level that's below your capability. And I think right now you guys are rolling all 8 cylinders on this car of getting our commission and our city to a level that it's never been in the past, and we've struggled to get this far. So again, kudos for what you're doing. Keep the good work up. I'm watching the projects very carefully as part of the job that I do as a lawyer. So I see things sometimes that you may see or may not see, but it's discourse amongst us is something very important. So this is a community effort, and you have input from the community that sometimes have perspectives that you and I never see. So thank you very much. Have a good day, and hopefully we'll be hearing from you in the next couple of days as the points that I want to raise in the letter and others. Thank you.
Okay. Did Irma want to speak?
No, I don't see any other hands up other than Mr. Rupert's.
Oh, okay. Right. Next thing here is item D1, Planning Commission reorganization. It's time to elect a new chair and vice chair. And committee selections, although I'm not sure what they go with the chair and vice chair. I'd like to do first is see if anyone has any nominations for vice chair.
Traditionally, the vice chair takes over the chair spot. I know that Ann last year said that she didn't want to, that she wasn't available. And if you're available for being the chair for this year.
Yes, I am.
Okay, then I nominate Ann Mariotti for
Well, before we do that, let's do vice chair first. Have a suggestion for vice chair?
I think it should be somebody who's never done it before, either Adam, Frankie, or Raphael.
Okay.
The chair, this is Simon Wong calling back. Sorry for the delay that I was mentioning. I'm back and fully support the vote. Through the chair also, Dave, I think we used to be, following, some sort of a process, like moving people to the chair and vice chair. I wonder if I cannot recall who actually joined first, Adam first or Frankie first or Raphael, or we just want to open it here. I mean, it seems like that Adam
wasn't me.
Well, I can answer that right now. I mean, the order right now is Tim actually kind of jumped one. So the order right now would be Ann and then Adam and then Frankie and then Tim would be somewhere in that realm and then Raphael and then you, Simon, you're at the end.
done all those already. So
Yeah.
I'm just saying if this is the tradition that we are usually following, then I think it makes sense to to the vice chair. That's something that you're okay with.
So vote of confidence, but I think it's probably better served with Frankie or somebody else right now. Just my time constraints and everything.
Be happy to do it if selected.
Great.
Nominated.
So if there are no other nominations, then we need to take a vote on the nominations are closed, then we would need to take a vote for Frankie for vice chair.
Well, let's make a motion first. That the
Well, yeah, after the motion.
Frankie Martinez for the vice chair position for next year.
Second.
Second.
Yay. Commissioner Minnis.
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez.
Aye.
Commissioner Benzuli.
Aye.
Commissioner Wong.
Aye.
Commissioner Current.
Aye.
Vice Chair Moriarty.
Aye.
Chair Benuelos.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 to elect Frankie Martinez, Vice Chair of the Planning Commission for years 22 to 23. Now we would need nominations for chair.
So I'll now entertain a nomination for chair.
I would like to nominate Vice Chair Moriarty for chair.
Second that.
Okay. Are you okay with that?
Accept.
Okay. We have a motion for that. Do we have a second?
Yeah, that already through the chair.
I second.
Oh, okay.
Motion second. So
Do a vote.
Commissioner Minnis,
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez,
Aye.
Commissioner Benzuli,
Aye.
Commissioner Wong,
Aye.
Commissioner Current,
Aye.
Vice Chair Moriarty. Yep.
Yeah.
Chair Benuelos.
Aye.
All right, motion carries 7-0 to elect Ann Moriarty chairman of the Planning Commission for the year 22-23. So at this point, Ann can take over the meeting at this point. If you guys want to switch chairs, you can. If not, you can just stay where you're at.
Yeah.
and at that
And
point-
said we'll switch next time.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah, we traditionally do that. We don't switch horses in midstream.
Okay. All right. So congratulations, Ann.
guys.
I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
Absolutely good thing, Ann.
Before
Congratulations.
we move on, we'd like to say thank you to Tim Banuelos for his service as chair during this last year. There's been some tough things, so thank you very much, Tim, for your work and your experience and your words. So thank you. Does anyone else have any other words for Tim?
No, I think you said it all. I think that, Tim, you've done a marvelous job, and, you know, I know that you have lots of experience both on the planning commission and through the city council, and obviously you've been a very good asset to the commission and the city of Pinole.
Thanks.
And will continue to be too. It's not the end.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised last year. I was trying to get my video to work on the Zoom, and next thing I know, I had been elected chair. So, I did enjoy it. It hadn't been chair since 2007, so it was a whole different time. And back then there was not a whole lot going on. Now we have stuff coming out of our ears. So I appreciate the support I've gotten from all of you, and I look forward to this next year with Ann and with Frankie in the positions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Tim. And with that, then we'll move on to the public hearing. And we have one public hearing tonight. And I just want to read, just so we know that I'm sure that we'll be making mistakes along the way. And please do hold us to make sure that we've got everything. Do we have a question? Oh, we have
Oh,
committee selections as
Yes.
well.
Oh, that's right. That's right. So now that you're the chair, we do need a new ad hoc design review committee. So we will need we would need the assets of 3 commissioners plus an alternate, just in case one commissioner cannot be there. So at this point, last year we had the chair and the vice chair, I think, on it. Yeah, because Tim and then Frankie. So depending on who wants to be on that committee, it can be any one of the 7 commissioners that can be on that committee. So with that, you can just ask for volunteers, or if you want.
Is there anyone who would like to be part of that committee? Actually, Frankie, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, I'm enjoying it and would really be happy to continue.
As vice chair, you are on it. So we'll have chair, vice chair, and we'll need one more member. So do we have anyone else who'd like to participate in that way?
Well, I actually suggest that either Adam or Raphael be on it, because they're new, and being on the subcommittees is a great way of getting process. So I would like to see either Adam or Raphael be on it.
And I have been serving on the committee for so many years already, so it will be beneficial for Adam or Vail to do it.
Okay, then with that said, Adam, you had said before that you were a little bit strained for time. Does that include at this moment, as you would be the next person who might be selected?
Yeah, I could see myself being an alternate. I just more concerned about next year and the school year, September moving on. So, the summer's fine, but an alternate, I'm just not sure that the ability to bandwidth to support being on another committee.
Okay, that's fair enough. Raphael, how about yourself?
So I'd be interested. I'm not particularly familiar with the design review committee, so some description of it maybe before I sign up.
Yeah, in fact, Mr. Hannum, why don't I go ahead and have you tell us?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I got to get used to this, Chair Moriarty. Thank you. Yeah, Raphael, basically the Ad Hoc Design Review Committee is a subcommittee that meets irregularly. But when we have design projects or we have development projects, we like to bring to the committee a couple times during the process to review, just for comments from the commission, for development standards for different, landscaping, for design, for a lot of things. When we do code amendments or we do similar, like we're going to start doing, working with the parklets, so if we have like specific issues that for the commission to take a look at, whether they're zone changes or design, mostly design oriented things, parklets, landscaping, design guidelines, development projects, those types of projects you would review. And then the committee would meet and we would take a look at different, if you have comments, if you like the project, don't like the project, there's changes you think that need to be made. And then what happens after that is that we relay that back to the developer or the project proponent or the city, whatever the project is. And then we move forward that way. And then as we get closer to the public hearing, we usually try to bring it back to the subcommittee just to kind of finalize, to kind of summarize their comments from the beginning and make sure that everything looks the way it looked, or your comments were definitely put into as part of the project. So like I said, but it's not an every month thing. It's usually on demand. And usually I schedule them. You'll get an email from me, schedule, hey, what's your timing for the next, the next couple of weeks or next week or something like that. So, and you'll get a packet or a design packet or something before the meeting, similar to the planning commission meeting, so that you can review it and make comments and have questions and all that kind of stuff. And then we come together and we meet. And so.
If I can add, the reason why the subcommittee was formed is that there used to be a separate design review committee that was eliminated about 10 years ago or so. Yeah. And the idea was the planning commission would also be a design review. And the reason why there's just 3 people on the subcommittee is that isn't a quorum under the Brown Act. And by having just 3 commissioners on the subcommittee, it gives the applicants an opportunity to have a meaningful dialogue with people on the planning commission who are giving the citizen input to the whatever new application is going to be processed. So it kind of streamlines the process. So what you're doing is you're getting in at the beginning of any applications, looking at them like you would as a commissioner, and offering suggestions to make it more palatable to the city. And because there are just 3 of you on the subcommittee, that obviously does not mean that the majority of the planning commission agrees with you, and it's that you would bring it before the that was brought before the commission. Hopefully, we'll have a lot of questions and issues resolved before it comes to the full planning commission. But of course, the full planning commission can make any modifications it so desires. So I don't know if it's helpful. You're kind of in at the beginning of an application, and being able to to give direction as to what what the city needs.
Sounds like something I would be interested in doing.
Okay, and so in order to do that, then do we need to go through the whole nomination process?
No, we just, since we have 3 volunteers, we would just need a motion and a second for the three committees, and we can use Adam as the alternate.
As the alternate.
And then we'll just make the motion and then we can vote.
Okay, so we just need a motion then for the subcommittee, the design review subcommittee, to be comprised of Chair Moriarty, Vice Chair Martinez, and Commissioner Menes, with Adam Benzuli being our alternate. Do we have a motion to that?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Okay, then let's have a vote.
Yeah, it's gonna mess up the whole thing. All right, Commissioner Menes,
Aye.
Commissioner Benzuli,
Aye.
Commissioner Wong,
Aye.
Commissioner Current,
Aye.
Commissioner Benuelos.
Aye.
Vice Chair Martinez.
Aye.
Chair Moriarty.
Yes.
Hopefully I got everybody. Motion carries 7-0.
And Chair and members of the commission, just by way of some additional background for some of you who may have thought you left the ad hoc committee today, in order to ensure that quorum of the planning commission doesn't meet to discuss a project, if you were on the ad hoc committee already this past year to discuss a project and that project needs further guidance from the ad hoc committee, it would still be those members from last year so that we didn't end up with more than a quorum discussing a project. There's probably only one project that is like that, but just for the committees.
That would just be the current project or the parklets. The parklets is general enough.
Well, and there's one other project that might be coming back to you as well. That from the last round,
Okay. And which
Besides this
project
one.
is that?
Pinole Vista.
Pinole Vista. Okay. All right, great. All right. So for the future, then you'll let us know who needs to be.
Right.
Okay, perfect. All right. Anything else then? Thanks for catching me on that committee selections, and I'm sure there'll be other things along the way. And please know that we're doing the best we can. We're volunteers for everyone and doing the best we can as far as our work here. So looking out for the best in Pinole. So thank you very much. And let's go ahead and move on to the public hearing. We have one item for the public hearing, and that is a consideration of a comprehensive design review for the purposes of constructing an approximately 17,280 square foot addition to the existing 25,161 square foot commercial office building, a new 5-story, 29-unit apartment building, and associated modifications on the property. The property being 2801 Pinole Valley Road, APN number 360-010-029. The applicant is Toby Long Design in Oakland, California, and the planner is Justin Shu. So Justin, you'll make your presentation.
Yes, I'd be glad to.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chair Moriarty and Planning Commission members. If we could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So the project location is at 2801 Pinole Valley Road. The proposal is for a non-residential addition to an existing commercial office building at the property. The addition is 1,280 square feet. It would be added to the existing office building, which is approximately 25,161 square feet. The project also includes an addition of, or I should say, it would add a new 5-story apartment building to the site as well. So 2801 Pinole Valley Road is located south of the I-80 corridor. It's on Pinole Valley Road, south of Estates. The neighboring uses are, as you might be familiar with, the Arco station just north of the property. Westmont of Pinole, the senior living facility, is to the east, and to the south is a Pinole Valley Community Church, as well as the 7-Eleven. And across the street, of course, you have Pinole Valley Shopping Center, a smaller shopping center, and Pinole Valley High School to the west. So the existing building was developed around 1984. The site, as shown, is largely covered by the building, as well as hardscape for the parking lot, driveway aisles, with a little bit of landscaping area for the patio. Next slide, please. The project is located in the general plan and specific plan area. The specific plan area specifically is the Pinole Valley Road corridor, and similar to the general plan, the designation is service sub area for that larger area. The service sub area under the general plan is intended to maintain and increase existing employment opportunities and to encourage new housing while accommodating commercial uses that serve residential through mixed use development. Specifically within the service sub area in the Pinole Valley Road corridor, this project is designated as office professional mixed use, OPMU, which provides for office, retail, restaurant, banking, multifamily uses by right under that designation. So the intent of OPMU is to allow for development of larger office buildings with supporting retail and service uses if applicable. The predominant use should be office uses, and it includes a 51% of the leasable area should be office if that's available. The development density, if you were to do residential, is approximately 20.1 to 30 dwelling units per acre. site within the specific plan is also known as opportunity site number 3. And within that area, the specific plan defines, potential uses in looking at different development sites, opportunity sites. For this one, during the development of the specific plan, there was a thought that potential development could include a new commercial development on the property with the desired use of being office mixed use on that site. So next slide, please. So the project proposes an addition to the existing building. Most of the development, or I should say, the development is proposed at the rear portion of the lot. And you see in the rendering images on the screen that the existing building at the front of the property would maintain mostly the same with exterior facade improvements. The new addition would take place at the rear of the building. So a portion of the existing rear would be demolished to accommodate a 4-story addition to that office building. Additionally, the northeastern portion of the property would include a new 5-story apartment building as well. And if we could go to the next slide. So within this project, there is a commercial office addition to the back of the building, as mentioned. It would be 4 stories, 17,280 square feet. So the total, once the project is complete, would offer 42,441 square feet of office and commercial floor area for leasing. The new apartment building would be 5 stories, 29 units. The total square footage would be 27,980 square feet. And the distribution of units within the apartment building would include 12 studios, 11 one-bedroom apartments, and 6 two-bedroom apartments. The project also proposes a roof deck on top of the building, as well as like a stair tower, elevator tower to reach that roof deck. Many of the units also include balconies as well to provide for open space. I also want to mention that the office addition also has a rooftop open space area for employee use and use in that non-residential building. So although most of the development is in the back of the site, this includes redesigning the parking area from the existing, including removing landscaping that's existing, repaving the area, including new permeable paving areas within this area, restriping, and just ensuring design of drive aisles would comply with fire department like access requirements and just vehicle access requirements as well. So there's a lot of work being proposed at the rear of the property. At the front, the project proposes a refresh of the existing landscaping up front, as well as since the development is occurring on a site, making sure that the property is compatible with current ADA requirements, so American with Disabilities Act, to ensure accessibility is provided along Pinole Valley Road to access both the existing building and the new buildings as well. The property as redesigned would include a total of 123 total parking spaces available. So as mentioned, there's some exterior modifications to the existing building to ensure the building is consistent in design between the addition and the existing. Some landscaping improvements are made throughout the site, including refresh, new planting in the front, new landscaping in the new landscaping nodes, and also in the rooftop areas. And ADA access is available throughout the site as required by the building code. Next slide, please. So the project proposes development of residential units for the development site. There would be 24 base units developed at the rear of the property. The project proposes to dedicate 4 of those units so that they would be affordable to households in the very low income and low income levels to meet the city's inclusionary housing requirements and affordable housing requirements. So this ratio is 16.7% of the units would be affordable to lower income being low income or very low income. Since the project does provide for affordable units, it also qualifies for state density bonus incentives as well, which include providing bonus densities, bonus units that the project can include. It also includes waivers and reductions, certain by right parking ratios, and incentives that are available based on the number of affordable units provided. So Based on the ratio of units provided, the project is entitled to 7 density bonus units, although the project is proposing only 5. So you have 5 bonus units plus 24, making it 29 units being proposed. As the project is compliant, or as the project does meet the density bonus provisions, it's also entitled to an unlimited number of waivers from development standards. So there could be, reduction of standards that the city might otherwise have. So the project is requesting 3, one of which is increasing the height that's allowable in OPMU, or I should say in the service sub area and of the Pinole Valley Road corridor in particular. The height for structures is limited to 4 stories and 50 feet as the general standard. With application of the density bonus waiver, the project can increase that height and increase the additional story. So the project is proposing 5 stories, 60 feet, with an additional elevator and stairway access to the roof, so that the roof would be accessed as well. So with that stairway rooftop access, it would be approximately 70 feet. Project also proposes to reduce the rear setback. So this is the setback that's adjacent to the westbound of Pinole property. Reducing that setback from 15 feet, which would have been the standard, because within that area, the setback is actually 0 feet unless it's adjacent to residential, in which case it would be 15 feet. The project proposes to reduce that setback to 10 feet instead, in order to accommodate the parking area, adequate turning widths, and drive aisles into the property. The project also proposes to reduce some of the landscaping and open space requirements for the site. The site has largely been, covered by paving and landscaping as existing, and the project proposes to reduce that ratio to provide landscaping and open space where available. So the project is proposing some rooftop open space areas, as well as nodes of landscaping and landscaping strips throughout, in order to be able to work around just the circulation needs of the property, as well as the development area. The state density bonus law also provides for by right parking ratios as well. These ratios are lower than the city's standard parking ratios, but are available once a project is eligible for density bonus. So this includes just 1 space if a project proposes a studio or 1 bedroom unit, so 1 space per unit of those types of units, and 1.5 spaces if it's a two or more bedroom unit. And lastly, the project is eligible for 1 incentive for providing lower income lower income units. The cutoff between 1 incentive and 2 incentives is 17%, and as the project proposes 16.7%, they've requested 1 incentive for further reduction in the parking on site, while employing strategies to be able to meet the parking demand. So the project has reviewed parking requirements on the site, analyzing what the ratios would be compared to what the demand might be as well. And parking ratios. So parking ratios, if they were to be applied by the code, it would be 152 spaces. The demand under the parking study was actually 160 spaces. The parking study also included a transportation demand management plan, highlighting strategies that the site could use in order to further reduce parking demand. So the transportation demand management plan and parking study is included as part of the packet. It includes various aspects that the project can incorporate, which include transit passes and also unbundling parking, which means that parking isn't just given to units. Residents would have to purchase parking passes to be able to use parking. The project, in addition to using these transportation demand management strategies, which could reduce the parking demand to 125 spaces, also includes an offsite parking agreement with Pinole Valley Church. It was found during the parking study that the peak demand would be during the weekday hours, approximately between 9 a.m. to about 4 p.m. or so, periods where the church parking lot is mostly empty. So the owner has worked to coordinate a parking agreement with the church to be able to use the site during the weekday times to be able to use those spaces. The transportation demand management plan and parking study found that the parking demand would be 125 spaces. And since the parking on site is just 123 spaces, the off-site parking arrangement would be able to accommodate additional overflow parking to serve like employee needs on the property. Slide, please. So the project is a comprehensive design review project. Comprehensive design review requires planning commission review and approval. There are a number of findings in the zoning code for review of the project. Planning commission would consider this during tonight's meeting, and in staff's review of those findings, our view is that the project under number one is consistency with the objectives of the general plan and applicable standards and regulations. Staff finds that the project would be able to meet the listed policies in the staff report for the general plan and the specific plan, and also in acknowledgement that the project is requesting some waivers and reductions from standards that are allowed by state law under the density bonus. So consistent with acknowledgement that the project is consistent with state law and the provisions under state law. So under number two, the project will not create conflicts with various modes of circulation. So the project, staff believes, does not create conflicts. The interior circulation is designed to meet current turnaround and circulation standards. The plans have also been preliminarily reviewed by fire and engineering as well to check for any red flags. They haven't identified these issues and have provided comments for our conditions of approval as well. The project would be further reviewed by fire staff and engineering staff as well if it were to move forward to review the final development proposal. This project also provides for increased accessibility and pedestrian circulation on site with the inclusion of the new ADA pathways throughout the property. And lastly, the project wouldn't conflict with circulation of any bicycle nodes on Pinole Valley Road. Pinole Valley Road was designated as a class 3 bike route, and the project wouldn't modify the right-of-way in a way that would interfere with that. So in terms of finding number 3, the site layout and development features compatible with and complementary to the existing environment and ultimate character. The project is designed around the existing building. There are certain limitations due to the building being occupying the middle of the site and the existing circulation areas and parking lot areas in that configuration. So the project works around those constraints. The project is also, exempt from certain standards or is eligible to be waived for certain standards as well. So the project is compliant with the development standards on the site with acknowledgement that the project would be incorporating some by right provisions from state law as well. Although Pinole Valley Road is mostly 1 to 2 stories right now, the specific plan does allow for taller development as the corridor expands and redevelops and improves over time. As mentioned earlier, buildings could be up to 4 stories or 50 feet under just the general standards in the Pinole Valley Road corridor. For finding number 4, the residential development is consistent with the design guidelines and standards. So the project is consistent with the applicable development standards as modified by density bonus provisions under state law. So the Planning Commission can also take other considerations as well on how the site is laid out, development features in relation to the physical characteristics, zoning, and land use of the site and surroundings. So staff believes that the project does account for constraints of the site and that the development standards that are applicable for the project. Considerations could include traffic safety and circulation as well. So the project does use many of the existing features on site. So the existing driveways, exits. The project was found to not have a significant vehicle miles travel impact, which is the new measure for considering traffic impact as well. And the project would include transportation demand management measures, shared parking shared parking plan and an offsite parking coordination to be able to meet parking demand on site. Number 3, staff believes the project is consistent with the general plan and specific plan as modified by the density bonus, and the project can be served by city utilities and services. So next slide, please. The project falls under certain CEQA exemptions as well. 15332, that's the infill exemption. 15168. 15163. That is a consistency with the program EIR. 15183 is community general plan and community plan consistency, and government code section 65457 is specific plan consistency. So with that, and considering the project, staff recommends that Plan Commission adopt resolution 22-02 approving comprehensive design review and CEQA exemption for the BCRE project at 2801 Pinole Valley Road. And that concludes staff's presentation. So staff is available for comments, and the applicant also has a presentation when they're ready.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Shu. Let's go to the Planning Commission then for questions for Mr. Shu. Let's go ahead and start with Dave Current.
Thank you. Yeah, I do have a couple of questions for staff. Going to 5 stories for the apartment building, is that going to create an issue for the fire department to be able to access with ladders that upper story?
I'll let Dave Canham answer that, since he's been coordinating with the fire department on fire services.
Thank you, Justin. Regarding yes, right now, the city currently has an automatic gate with Hercules Rodeo Fire Department as well as San Pablo Fire Department, who both have ladder trucks. So in terms of that, there would be ladder truck requirement with that. With this project. However, this project will be paying the fire impact fee, which is consistent with all of our other projects. And if the city, there could be some changes in terms of fees if the city does. I know there's been talk, I don't know where it is exactly, in terms of the city combining with Confire. But right now there are truck facilities that are available to the city for this apartment complex. The project will also have to comply with the high-rise guidelines as set forth as part of the fire code as brought forth by our fire marshal and Chief Weinkoop.
So the bottom line is that the people on the 5th floor will be able to be rescued if they need to be.
Yes, they would be.
Okay. Reading the staff report or the that there was something about lift parking. Could you expand on what that is? Is this sort of like an elevator for cars?
Yeah, and I think the applicant would be able to describe that in their proposal as well. But this would be like a 3-level parking. It's automated parking. So you would drive into a parking space. Within that mechanism, it moves the cars around so that, wherever the cars are located within that mechanism, it'll bring it to the space where the person accessing the controls would be able to drive their car off the lot. So it is like an elevator for cars then, sort of like a vending machine for cars. Yeah, kind of. Okay. Looking through the staff report, there was table 5, and unfortunately the staff was like every third to the page, but it was sort of talking about percentage of affordable housing units and incentives. And I could not quite understand that part. If we could elaborate on what that is. Let me see if I can find it quickly.
Commissioner Current, it's difficult to hear you. If you could speak right into the mic.
Okay.
Thanks.
On the staff report, there was table 5 that was titled percentage of affordable housing units and incentives. And I didn't quite understand what that meant. it seemed like it was a determination about how many concessions could be made. And, and depending on how many very low income percentages and low income percentages. This was,
Yeah.
I don't know if you can see that
Yeah.
chart or not.
Yeah,
but-
I brought it up as well. So this table just reflects what's in the state density bonus law. It's just as a reference to if the project were to have like additional percentage of units affordable to lower income, it would have been eligible for a higher number of incentives. So it's a reference table that basically summarizes what the allowable number of concessions are based on state.
So, so if we have two very low housing, two low income things, was it 24 units that we would have? So that was 25. So you would look at 2 over 24 and come up with 8% then, very low, and 8% for low income, and that would give us extra. I'm not sure
Sure.
how the number of concessions are calculated.
Sure. So the number of concessions are just based on state law. So state law says if you provide this percentage of units as affordable
Yeah,
units.
That's
yeah,
a
this is the
question. I
number.
understand it's state law. I understand it's state law. I just want to know what numbers are we using here? I mean, how do-
Yeah, we're using one. So one concession, since it's less than 17%, but more than 10% of the lower income level.
So, so how many concessions are you allowed? 1 or 2 or
One.
3?
One.
One concession, and that concession is the parking?
Yes, that's the further reduction in parking and use of shared parking as well.
And then what was that?
And use of shared parking. So essentially their parking programs, since they're proposing further reduction in the parking ratios.
Okay. Yeah, and also just a comment, like I was with the last project that we had a month ago, this again seems like an ideal place since it's pretty much across the street from the high school. It'd be a great place for teachers. And I know from last time that we couldn't really give priority to teachers because of the fact that that could be discriminatory, but I would like to see priority given towards locally employed people so we can get people off the street. That's just a comment. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you, Chair.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Benzuli?
Questions. So you mentioned, does this fall under the high-rise code because of the height and the building code requirements for high-rise, like the smoke control and everything, or is that a different set of criteria for the height of the building?
Falls under the high-rise code, at least for the fire code. The fire department did review the project as well and provided certain high-rise design guidelines based on the height of the project.
That's specific to the building code. It's just local jurisdictional requirements.
I think our applicant is available to speak to that as well. They'll be first in the building code.
And a question on Appendix A, item 3 of A0 point, which is A0.09, the shade analysis. It looked like during kind of the winter months that the neighbors to the east were largely shaded. Do we know if that was due to the height of the building, the additional height, the additional story, or is it just, the height of the building?
Let's see. So what's reflected in Exhibit A is the proposed height of the building.
Okay, so we don't know what it would look like if it was just at a normal 4-story, the normal 4 or 5 stories.
So this would be so this is the 5 stories that's being proposed. Although just looking at the shading analysis, it seems like even if it were lower, it would cover a fairly long area during that 4 o'clock hour in December. So
Okay.
yeah.
I saw elevations of the actual structure itself, but is there any elevations considering the whole area as far as how this will look like compared to the hill and the neighbors to the east?
Yeah,
that'll block or not block, or, you know, how that'll look compared to everything else?
we've just included, we just have the renderings included in the plan set itself.
Okay, okay. Is that
The applicant is here if you wanted to, ask about.
okay? Anyways, I'll save it to then.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Commissioner Benzuli, Commissioner Wong.
Chair. And so thank you for Commissioner Benzuli asking those questions already. I want to just point out to the general public, maybe the staff can answer that question. Since I think this is the first high-rise building in Pinole. Is that true? Are there anything? This one here in Pinole, can staff answer that question?
So the high school, I think it's about 4 stories. I don't think there's been anything higher yet.
Okay, so I just want to point it out that this is indeed going to be a high-rise, which is actually more than 75 feet. I think you're barely making it. That's, if I'm not mistaken, it's 70. So, and I think that I would be very curious, just like what Commissioner Benzuli is saying. I want to see if maybe the applicant can prepare some sort of massing models or stuff. As practicing architecture, I'm doing it all the time with other cities in I have to go to planning commission just to get a sense of what's going on. For us, again, sounds like to me is a first high-rise building for our city of Pinole. So with that, I really don't have any other questions, but more maybe for the applicant. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Menace.
I think most of my questions are probably going to come after the applicants made their presentation, because they're not so much linked to the staff reports. They are linked to the various technical reports and so on. But I think I do have a few questions linked to the staff report. Let's see, on page, I guess the staff report isn't paginated, but this is after the density bonus provision subheading towards the end of the document. Comment number 3, reduce the stated required landscaping and open space. And then it says in terms of landscaping, 14% of the lot will be landscaped where 30% is standard requirement. Residential common spaces is 9% of the lot where 20% is standard requirement. Parking lot landscaping and tree shading are also requested to be waived. So I was curious as to whether solar shades could be added, like was suggested at the high school, to provide some shading if trees weren't practicable given the density of parking. Then I think the remainder of my questions are more technical and linked to the various sub-reports rather than the staff report proper, so I'll hold them at this time.
Sounds good. Regarding your question for the solar shades in the parking area, that could be something that's considered. That would be also a consideration that could be discussed with the applicant as well. The project does include some solar panels on the rooftop of the apartment building, and also including solar as part of the non-residential addition as well. But there are alternatives to solar. I guess that could be discussed with the applicant regarding whether solar shades or something else in the parking area could be applied.
Commissioner Menace, did you have any other questions? Or is that it?
Like I said, most of my other questions are going to come after the applicant's presentation, I think.
Great. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Banuelos?
Yeah, let's see, I have a little short list of questions here. Are there accessible units?
Be designed to be accessible.
Yeah, I didn't
That there
see them
there
in
is
there,
like
but-
elevator access to
Mhm.
each of the floors.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't expect you to have that many. So. These are going to be a prefab units, I guess, right? That's what I was saying in here.
Yeah, that's what I understand as well. And the residential would be a partial modular construction, and the applicant can also explain that process in a little more detail too.
Yeah, so there'll have to be some sort of as a condition of approval, there'll have to be some sort of a plan and how they're going to deal with traffic and whatnot and being able to slide those in. It's kind of in the back, so it's not going to be the easiest way to do that, but we're probably going to need to see something like that.
Yeah.
But that's getting figured out.
Right. And that would be standard part of the review as well. When they submit their building permit application, they'll also need to submit an application with Public Works as well for like movement of structures throughout the city. And, you know, if you're working in the right of way, Public Works requires an encroachment permit as well. So that would be part of the further review process if they move forward and are ready to construct.
Okay. My questions are already good. Yeah, I think that's it for now.
Thank you, Vice Chair Martinez.
Thank you, Commissioner, or Chair. So a couple of questions that I have are, initially, I think there was some discussion around ensuring that the structures themselves had some continuity between the existing 40-year-old structures and the new ones in terms of color. So making sure that the colors are matching a little closer. The building is due for a bit of a refresh. So hopefully we can take some of that color combination and apply it to the front of the existing structures. I think that would be attractive, especially given the amount of dollars that are being invested into the property. Refreshing it is always a good thing. Additionally, if possible, on this project, what I hope we can do is also take the different signage. And if you go to the larger packet, it's A0-0.2 is the page number. If you look at picture A, you'll notice that there's multiple different signs of colors. And if there's some way that we can ask the applicant to have a uniform look of all their signs, the logos can be obviously different, but the signage itself, I think it would benefit from having a uniformity across the entire scope of the front of the building. And then on that same page in section D, you can see that the parking is pretty tight and difficult. And I was hoping that instead of the cars parking directly in front of the building, that we angle those somewhat so that it makes it easier on the egress and ingress to those parking slots. And so for now, I think those are the only items that I wanted to make sure to cover tonight. And I may have some more questions later, Chair, but for now, I think that covers it. Thank you.
Great, thanks. My only question then is regarding just in terms of thinking about the density bonuses and the incentives. So the applicant is allowed 7 density bonuses, but is only taking 5.
Yes, that's right. So 7 additional units, but they're only taking 5.
Okay, and so that gets us from the 24 to the 29.
Yes.
Okay, great. And the other thing is when we're thinking about height, and I think it was 60 feet and then another 10 feet for the rooftop
Right.
stuff up there. So
Yeah.
is that considered to then be 70 feet or is it considered to be 60 feet?
I guess it would be considered to be 70 feet, although the massing is concentrated within those top like 60 feet. It's only the few like elevator towers, like stairways that encompass the top portion of that structure.
Okay, okay, great. I think, well, we'll have more time for discussion in a little bit. I think that was my only thing. It's just really distressing when we think about landscaping versus parking, cutting down mature trees and starting over again from the beginning with a lot less. Yeah, so I understand that the parking in this is really difficult, but working with the applicant to see as much landscaping as we can get. So I appreciate that rooftop effort. So, okay. Anyway, that's all of my questions. So thank you very much for the presentation. Does anyone have any last questions before we go to the public hearing? Yeah. Okay, then let's open the public hearing. And we'll have the applicant, please go ahead and make a presentation.
Everyone hear me? Oh, great. Okay. Good evening, commissioners, and thank you for taking the time out to hear this hearing tonight. My name is Brian Beniqued. I'm actually a 42-year resident of the area. I've owned the building 2801 Pinole Valley Road for the last 22 years, having purchased it back in 2001, where I've not only operated 3 of my businesses there, but also have been able to form a close bond with my tenants and other fellow businesses in that area, seeing their children grow up. I'm a local resident of Hercules, although I was formerly a resident and homeowner of Pinole. So I've lived here all my life, and I'm very familiar with the area, I'm very familiar with the building. When I was first embarking on this project, the original idea was just to expand out the back, because being in the industry that I'm in, which is in real estate, finance, and construction, and having real estate agents that work with me, the idea and inspiration for expanding the back in the past was to be able to incorporate the ability for bringing in other ancillary services like title companies and 1031 exchange companies and offices that would complement the business, but would also provide workforce housing. And as I was going through this project, and then I, under the realization that I was rezoned to allow for workforce housing, the inspiration to be able to add workforce housing came along and was actually further reinforced with the evolution of how employment and jobs are happening, especially with the hybrid work environment that we see today, as such as in Zoom. So having run a real estate office with 140 agents at one time in 2 different locations, and now seeing it evolve with where real estate agents no longer have to come to the office because they're operating off Zoom, but needing the requirements for more of a support staff for a brick and mortar location, as well as being able to bring in additional jobs. I was inspired to be able to not only create an environment that would provide workforce housing for the community that would be affordable for the market rent in the neighborhood, speaking specifically to the major employers like the Kaiser Permanente Hospital, the dialysis center, the high school across the street, and the 165-bed skilled nursing facility behind me to the east, but also being able to accommodate the 40 employees that myself I have under my businesses, and some of the other businesses that operate within that building, allow their employees to not only have the ability to work and walk across to their employment across a courtyard, or maybe even accommodate some of the local employers, while simultaneously still being able to provide parking for all 29 units, which is very different from the types of apartments that are being entitled presently, where a reduction of parking is more of the norm. I wanted to take advantage of the location to not only provide workforce housing, but the opportunity for additional employment for the residents without the need to have to travel to Oakland or San Francisco to find employment, but to be able to find employment locally, while at the same time take advantage of walking across the street, enjoying the various restaurants and grocery shopping, which I myself have enjoyed for several years since the Trader Joe's and the Sprouts has come into existence, but also be able to take advantage of the fact that in one direction on Pinole Valley towards Briones Park are some of the best bicycle paths. And the other direction towards the waterfront are also additional really great bicycle paths that take advantage of the 17 miles of coastline. So when I was going through this, having owned this building for the last 22 years, seeing Pinole Valley change and also seeing the workforce change, I was inspired to be able to provide an environment that would not only help the local neighborhood, but would be there for the lasting future for workforce housing and employment. And so with that, I'm proud to be able to present and hopefully get the approval of the project that we're presenting before you. And I'm open to various comments.
Great, thank you. So right now, before, so do we go for public comment first, or do we go for our discussion?
I believe the architect
Actually,
is
yeah.
available to make a
And I'd like
presentation.
to turn over to my architect, Abby Long.
Great.
Commissioners, thank you again for hearing our project. My name is Abby Whitman. I am with the architecture office on this project, Toby Long Design. We have a presentation for you. Justin, can you bring it up? So this, as you may have seen, is the view from Pinole Valley Road of the project. It's both the refreshed commercial facade of the existing building, and behind it you can see the 4-story addition for the commercial building, and in the distance the apartment building at the southeast corner there. Slide. So the overall map here just shows the amenities around the site. Basically, the site faces various commercial and adjacent is the 7-Eleven in the south west corner, and also the Pinole Valley Church. The high school is to the south as well, and also the public library. And then I-80 is to the north. Also the proximity of the bus stops at the north there as well. So the transit is very accessible to the site. Next slide, please. As Justin mentioned, this is the existing site. We have the existing commercial building with plentiful parking around the vicinity of it. The green space in the back, I believe, was initially planned for an addition that never happened, but we are actually proposing the addition there currently, along with the residential building at the back. Next slide, please. There are some views of the current building. Going, I believe, north is the first slide or first image on Pinole Valley Road, and then kind of looking south on Pinole Valley Road as well. Next slide. And this is the view of the back of the property. The top image is of the current rear office building, and then also the bottom image is the rear of the property looking south. The residential building will be. Next slide. Then these views are looking east and mostly toward the existing office building, and then the bottom area is where the office addition will be. Next slide. This aerial view shows the proposed additions to the site. The orange is the office building. The blue is the new residential building. You can see the proximity to the existing building as well as the neighboring structures. Slide. This is the axonometric view of the new structures. So you can see the new office addition in 3D, as well as the new residential building. Again, we have 29 units at the new residential building with the 4 affordable units as well. This is a 5-story building. The office addition is 4 stories. Next slide. Addressed sustainability with this project, mainly due to the proximity to services and the walkability of the site to services for residents and commercial tenants and patrons. We have several other sustainable features, including a low water planting and native plants, as well as the various items, including solar exposure and potential solar panel incorporation. We are proposing mostly electric building, so we're trying to limit gas access to the site. The main feature of these buildings is the modular component, because the buildings can be built in modules in factories off-site. There's very little site disturbance during construction. These buildings can be assembled in a matter of days in bringing the modules to the site. So because it's a very busy area, we plan to limit just the transit, the construction, transportation over the course of construction via the modular strategies. Next slide, please. This slide discusses the basic circulation of the site with the inclusion of the new buildings. So basically the front parking lot remains virtually unchanged. We do have the addition of the ADA access at the front of the site in purple, as you'll see coming from the street. We have bike parking in the new landscape right at the front of the street there. And the ADA access in purple basically travels to the back of the site to access the new office building and the residential building. We have two-way traffic throughout the site, as well as the fire access is shown in the kind of peach colored turnaround. We have discussed this with the fire department. It's adequate for their trucks back there. So we have good access there. And let's see, the basic circulation is pretty clear there. The additional parking is available in the residential building in the garage. So you'll see the two-way traffic in the blue building there. And so that building provides 31 spaces. 30 of those are provided with the parking lifts, as we had discussed earlier. And we also have an ADA space in the garage, as well as ADA spaces throughout the site. We do have shared parking in the 4 spaces adjacent to the office building. So those will be shared with commercial during business hours, and residential can use those during evening hours. So this is kind of overflow parking for the residential buildings in case the tenants have additional vehicles or larger vehicles. Next slide, please. As you can see, this is the refreshed view of the commercial building. We have shown the materials here that we're planning to use to refresh that facade. Cement board siding, some stucco, and also some wood siding to kind of warm up the building a bit. And as the commissioners mentioned in the request, the signage package will be refreshed as well. So there will be consistency with the signage. You can see the addition at the back, that's the 4 stories. And it's consistent with the plans for the facade of the front of the building with the tile roof to match the existing, but also including the newer materials, including stucco and some of the cement board siding with wood siding as well. Next slide. So this is the south view. And you can see the relationship of the new office building to the old office building. So the new addition to the existing building. And some of the material distribution there, you can see you're using those arch top windows at the back of the building as well to keep the consistency in the language and introducing a few new forms there, but also maintaining the shape of the roof at the rear, similar to the front. Next slide, please. This is the rear of the new addition. So that would be east. And again, you can see the relationship between the existing building and the new building, the roof forms carrying through there, as well as some additional elements to reflect the modern language of the new addition. Next slide. This is the north view on the Arco station side, basically. Similar theme here, the new versus the existing roof forms carrying through, some of the repetitive window language there at the arch top, and then also incorporating the wood siding on both buildings as well as the stucco treatment. Next slide. This diagram illustrates the concessions and waivers we've discussed earlier. I'll start with the setback at the rear, which is the east. That has been prescribed to be 15 feet. The waiver requests a reduction of 5 feet to make that 10 in order to accommodate the parking clearances in relation to the building, the new residential building in blue. We also had requested a concession relating to parking, the number and size of spaces, and also so the number of spaces and basically the size of spaces we have reduced to 9 by 18 instead of the 9 by 19. That is the standard space. We also have some compact spaces as well. Another waiver was also discussed earlier relating to landscape in order to accommodate the parking and the circulation required with fire department clearances. We have created landscape nodes throughout the property, but fairly limited just based on the required clearances. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates the height waiver. So you'll see that the orange horizontal line is the 50-foot height limit for the zone. Based on the waivers we're requesting, we were allowed the additional story to go up to 60 feet. And then also it would total to 70 feet with the penthouse required for the stairs and elevator access to the roof and the roof deck on the roof there. Next slide, please. And these are this is the unit distribution for the affordable units. There is 1 affordable unit on each floor, 2 low-income studios or very low-income studios, and 2 two one-bedroom, low-income units. The orange floor being the additional story, bringing the total building massing in the main portion to 60 feet. Next slide, please. These are some elevations of the residential building. This is the north facade, which is the entry. You have the lobby at the ground floor, as well as a gym and management office and you kind of utilities with access to the parking garage. And I think there was a question about accessibility. So parking and lobby are on the first floor, and we have access to all units via the elevator. All units are per code are required to be adaptable, which means we can provide the means to install guardrails, grab bars, and accessories to make the units allow handicap use of the units, as well as clearances at doors and maneuvering in baths. So again, just speaking about the materials on the facade, we have the wood siding again, the stucco and the cement board paneling. So these materials are again consistent with the office addition and the office refresh for the existing building. Next slide, please. So this is the facade that's at the east side of the site that faces the hill and the units, the adjacent residential units on the hill. We do have some, you can see the roof deck with the balcony access at some of the units here. We have some good amount of glazing for natural light. Next slide, please. This is the rear of the building at the south. You can see the stair tower is in the wood siding, as well as the stucco in the main body of the building. We have some balconies on this facade as well. Next slide. And this is the west side of the building, the garage access facing the parking lot. So you can see the garage door there, the glazing at the lobby, and that's actually the gym use at this with the storefront glazing, as well as the massing of the building, balcony access, and the roof deck distribution across the length of the building, with the stair and elevator towers being the anchors on either side. Next slide. We were required to do some shadow studies. This is December, I believe. You'll see the shaded, the main shaded image is December 21st at 4 p.m. This is near sunset, so it's pretty, the whole site is basically in shade. So that's the most extreme version of the shadow study. Next slide, please. This is the June 21st shadow study. You'll see there's not much distribution of shadow across the site during the various times of day. Next slide, please. And we have some renderings of the property. This is the east side of the property facing the residence on the hill. So we have some tree screening against the property line. We're looking at the side of the residential building in the foreground, and then also the office addition and existing office at the back, in the background there. Next slide. This is looking from the north, the office addition in the foreground, and the residential building in the background. Next slide, please. This is looking from the south at the office addition. The stairway is the main entrance to that rear addition with parking. These spaces where the red car is shown are the shared spaces that are in close proximity to the residential building. Next slide, please. And this is looking back in the other direction from the office addition toward the residential building. This is looking from the north to the south. You can see the relationship between the two uses there. Next slide. And thank you again for your attention to this project, and we can open it up for any questions.
Any public comment? Any?
Yeah, we have 2 people with hands raised online. I don't see anyone in the chat. So
Okay.
I can allow the speakers online.
All right, since we can't tell if they're for or against, let's just go for it.
Okay, let's see. The first speaker is in the phone number ending in 5748. So speaker, you are allowed to speak. I believe you can press *6 to unmute yourself. Hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Are we supposed to voice opposition or favor at the beginning of the statement here? Hello?
You can go ahead and say if you are for the project or against the project, but at this point, go ahead and ask your question or make your comment.
Oh. All right. My name is Anthony, and I'm a longtime resident of Pinole, over 45 years. And I know the area front to back as I live out in the valley. And my two or three main concerns are around the traffic and the safety for pedestrians and other vehicles that travel that corridor there, or that intersection on both sides of the existing building 7-Eleven and the Pinole, I guess, Trader Joe's shopping center there opposite the Mod's Pizza. I mean, you know, several times a week, if not a month, it's like demolition derby over there with people speeding, people not stopping, and the ingress, egress going in and out of driveways. There have been several car wrecks right there on both sides of the street, on the 7-Eleven side and the Mod Pizza side. Case in point, right now, there are 3 Dean Allison nice light poles that were taken down by the last 3 accidents over the last 6 months, and they still haven't been replaced or repaired. So with all what's going to be going on with that new build out, I would be somewhat concerned that they have some traffic calming measures around there, better signage, maybe a blinking crosswalk for pedestrians going, you know, students as well as tenants and so on, going back and forth to the shopping center where the Mod Pizza is. And the other thing, or the other concern, was the situation that would lend to a lot more traffic going up and down Pinole Valley Road as it stands right now. There's a bottleneck there throughout the day, and I think the city should take it upon themselves to address it, and with the help of the builder to some degree, because it's going to create a lot more traffic, a lot more bottleneck, and the ingress, regress in the sidewalk, that front the sidewalk currently I don't know if they're going to widen those driveways, both on the 7-Eleven side, which is one driveway for 7-Eleven side that shares with that existing commercial building there right now, right by the donut shop. And I think that needs to be addressed so they don't, do another Pinole Valley Library ingress regress with a minimum 23 feet driveway. Then they should be more like 30, closer to 30 some odd feet on the ingress and regress on both driveways going in and out of that building site that there, as well as the off-ramp going on, the on-ramp going on to I-80. I think the city should get on board with Caltrans to implement a plan to widen the Pinole Valley Road on-ramp that goes I-80 west to Hercules to help with all that bottleneck traffic that'll back up all the way to the driveways of that new building there during school hours and middle of the day, as well as afternoon, evening commute, so that they can put a second on-ramp over there or just widen the on-ramp where the Pinole Garden Club has their little signage there and it says, "Welcome to Pinole." And they should cut and widen the on-ramp there and put another on-ramp lane like to help with all the traffic, so they would have actually 2 on-ramp lanes rather than everybody backing up to wait for the red light to turn green, or one person to go straight into Old Town and the other person decides to turn right to go onto the on-ramp. And that's just past the Jack in the Box, where they should get on board with Caltrans. And it's long overdue. So this might, push the envelope to help widen the on-ramp and reduce the backups and the congestion with everything else going on. And I just want to close by saying that in the beginning of the meeting, they had the public comment, but there's some problems, and I know there's a lag time, but they should post throughout the meeting the ID, webinar ID number, the telephone number, so people can call in and comment. Not everybody can run to their computer and pull up the agenda on the city's website, etc. If they just happen to want to comment on this item or another item in the agenda, as well as you didn't officially close public comment in the beginning of the meeting. And I was trying to get in behind Mr. Rupert, but I couldn't. So I would suggest to follow the guidelines or the protocols that the City Council meeting has set forth and have a second public comment, citizens to be heard section towards the end of your meeting, before or after the communication item I section.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We appreciate, we hear your comment and we will take that into consideration. Thank you.
Starting tonight, if not the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next comment.
Let's see. Next comment is from Cedric Gauss. Cedric, you're allowed to speak right now.
Well, can you hear me?
Yes.
I live on the border of Pinole and El Sobrante, and ride my bike and walk and drive and shop and do all kinds of stuff at the Trader Joe's shopping center that we're to say I'm generally for the project. I do agree with the previous points about the traffic calming measures along Pinole Valley Road, and also possibly doing something with the I-80 to help ease that backlog that occurs, the half an hour every day when school lets out. And I'm in construction. I housing market and the situation with the housing market in California and locally here in the Bay Area very closely. And generally we are falling behind. 2010, it was something like 2.6, 2.7 million housing units behind in California. 2017, it was almost 4 million. And we not as builders, there's so much friction in the process already. It's not very possible, at least without some huge revision in the building process to catch up. So we're doing everything we can. But it is very difficult, to get these projects approved, and increasingly these homes in California are just being used as a place to park wealth and house wealth, and not the people that they should be housing. So, if we continue to build out more single family homes that are on sprawling lots, because that's a good investment, I guess. We're basically rewarding that inflationary investor behavior, not actually housing people. Is probably the way that we should be thinking. So, if you want people from Pinole to actually be able to afford to live in Pinole in the future, that's definitely something to think about, is local housing, local building, local movement in the community. People drive from far away and contribute to environment damage, homelessness, all those things. So, that's all I have to say. I hope the project goes through. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Cedric. Ms. Whitman, do you have any responses to those?
Pinole Valley Road seems like a global issue existing.
Could you speak into the microphone more, please?
The congestion on Pinole Valley Road seems like a global issue. We can address the various dimensions of driveway with Public Works when we get to the building department review of the building permit application. But I think we have addressed basically the vehicle miles traveled through our report to basically show that the increase is not as predicted. Basically, I wonder if Sam is on the phone. Sam from Fair and Pierce, our traffic and parking consultant.
Yeah, hi. This is Sam Tavigna with Fair and Pierce. We are the transportation consultants for the project. That was done for the project. We looked at congestion, which cannot be evaluated in this. And for T, some projects can be screened out if they can meet certain criteria, and this project meets those criteria. It's in a priority area, which means that it high density and provides low parking. So it encourages residents and visitors to drive and use other modes. So as a result of that, since it meets that screening criterion, the project is considered to have a less than significant impact on VMT. I'll be happy to answer any additional questions you may have.
Thank you, Sam.
Moriarty, I just also wanted to bring up that the project would be paying development impact fees as new development, and part of paying into those fees is if the city has like global project that they need to do, just city improvement projects, the project as proposing new floor area, new units would pay fees into that so that the city could pay for future improvements in the capital improvement program or any programs that the city has for, like citywide improvements. So what the project can contribute is, improvements that are directly connected to the project where there's a nexus, such as like improving their frontage area. But if there are broader issues that the project can't, address directly, they do pay into fees that contribute to citywide improvements. If we go back to the public hearing, I also do see another hand raised online as well.
That
Okay, great. And raise is Grace. Okay. You're available to speak right now.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hello?
We can hear you, Grace.
Great, thank you. So my concern is also with the traffic and the congestion in that area, especially by Trader Joe's, whether it's, early in the morning with the school or the afternoon with school letting out, and then around 5 o'clock when people are off work and going to do their shopping at Trader Joe's. Also the turning into that 7-Eleven area. I'm not sure if that's going to be sufficient when you have a 29 unit building there. I personally, I live up above on the backside of, I guess above Estes Avenue. And I was living here prior to the retirement home there, as well as the high school. And now if I look out of my balcony window, I would see a 5-story apartment building. And I guess my personal opinion would be I'd like to see that expand out rather than up. And I'm not sure if Pinole wants to set that precedence of having, 5-story buildings from here into the future. I know that there's going to be 29 units is what I hear. 4 units would be, for studios. So we're talking about, maybe at least 54 additional people with cars in that congested area. So I guess that's just all my comments. I'd rather see that be expanded out and not so much, up. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
I don't see any hands raised at the moment.
Okay. I just thinking about that out versus up. Would you address that, please?
Requirements for parking at the commercial level. So because of the footprint of the parking spaces, we were constrained to a very small portion of the site. This is not a high-rise building. This is 70 feet. The classification is 75 feet with the building code. Fire has its own designation apparently, but it's not considered high-rise. And as Justin mentioned, the bulk of the building is in the 60-foot range. We just have a few volumes that are mainly access for this footprint at the 70 feet.
Here, I see one other person who has called in to the TV staff. Could you move one slide over as well? I think that has some instructions for muting and unmuting. Okay, thank you. Let's see. So the person with hand raised has a phone number ending in 9363. And you should be available to speak. You can press *6 to unmute. You're available to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Ms. Atul, I also live
concern is similar to what was voiced earlier, is that the thing about my house is the plenty of sunlight I get from say late afternoon, and then with a 70 of my property, that's going to go away. And so I want to say that I'm opposed to this because of the height mainly, and again agreeing with the previous commenter that I would like to see it expanded out instead of up. Thank you.
Those are all the hands at this point, except it looks like one of the project applicants has their hand up. I'm not sure if he wanted to speak as well.
Justin, Commissioner, this is Toby Long. I apologize for unfortunately being out of town and unable to be with you all this evening. Thank you so much for hearing our presentation. Abby did a great job in walking through the basics of our proposal. I just wanted to comment on the height restriction, the high-rise comment. As Abby mentioned, the building code defines a high-rise pretty clearly, which is 75 feet at the or higher for a story or a level of occupancy. So we are 15 feet below that requirement. The stair house projections or the penthouse projections for the stair and elevator are generally considered to be allowable exceptions to height restrictions. So I know we're defining this as a 70-story max height structure, but really the building code would look at this as a 60-foot structure. This is a typical, what they call 4/1. This is 4 stories of wood construction over a concrete podium, which is a pretty typical multifamily construction method that you're seeing across the Bay Area and most of the metropolitan areas across the US at this point. This was a building code advantage that emerged about 20 years ago and has become quite prolific as the cost for building housing is substantially less using a system like wood. And so I just wanted to comment on that. Again, I think we've hashed out the other issues, at least for the moment. I'll be around for questions as well.
Okay, anybody else?
Great. I don't see any other hands raised from the public at this time.
All right. Ms. Whitman, do you have any other comments before we close the public hearing? And
I just wanted to point out that we did have a neighborhood meeting about a year ago on this project, but we had one attendee from the community, which was the pastor of the church next door. And so we have talked to him about any concerns he had, but we did not hear from the neighbors at that time.
okay, great. And of course, they were noticed as
Yeah.
per code, as
Yeah.
per law. Okay,
In excess of the code, we did 1,500 feet.
great. All right, good. Thank you. Then we'll close the public hearing and open up to comment and questions from our commissioners. I don't necessarily need to go in any order. Does anyone want to start off?
Simon, want to just quickly ask the questions back to again, it's, I'm pretty sure that we all heard, some concern about the height of the building, even though technically they are not considered as a high rise, but it's still 60 feet, which is technically still the tallest building in the Pinole, I think. And I saw some, lovely, 3D graphics, talking about the isometric view and all the other stuff, which is actually a great thing. Thank you very much. I love the design. It's just that, because we are hearing to, our citizen from the Estate Avenue side, talking about concerning about the height and everything. I wonder if is, quickly enough that you guys can generate some sort of a view from that point, looking at your building so that, kind of ease the concern of how high a building might look like, is it blocking the view or not? I mean, I know that view, it's not like permanent forever, concern or, questions about, the building height, versus, affecting the, is that possible to do that, on a
We have not been asked to produce this documentation yet. That's certainly something that we could consider.
That's something that we can request.
Yeah, we could request as part of the prior to issuance of a building permit or building submittal of building plans. We can ask them to submit that plan.
You can request that. I mean, it could be a condition of approval, or, you know, but if the commission wanted, you could request that and continue tonight's meeting until that's provided.
Right, that's my thought. I'm wondering if that's something that we want to consider and further discuss. Commissioner Wong, is that something that you would be in favor of in that sense?
Well, it will be by recommendations, you know, just to be able to, again, you know, being able to see that you know, differences. I mean, I saw one of the images that you have. I don't know if just you can bring that up from the applicant, you know, applications. I can see that we put it into the kind of the level of the high-rise building, looking in the back, you know, seeing some of the hillside, obviously, right? You know, Estate Avenue is slightly higher. You know, if you go around the area, it's kind of sloping up a little bit to the Westmont, you know, Senior Center. So in that case, they might be kind of seeing the backside. There you go, the backside of the building a little bit. And again, you know, it's part of the skyline that they have right now. Not like, again, it's not forever, not permanent, but, you know, something that is, if it's possible, you know, that will help.
Commissioners, I'd like to just point out that the project is compliant with height restrictions. The additional story is granted under state law for the application of affordable housing, which is how we've arrived at the height. So we're not asking for anything other than what the state already permits under affordable housing.
Absolutely, I understand that particular, you know, situations. And again, you know, I'm not opposing the idea, and again, the building looks nice, and I think this is a good step forward for our city. It's just, again, you know, try to address the some of the concern that some of our citizens, you know, behind your property has.
If I may address the concern about the blocking of the views from Estates Avenue. Actually, that's quite a misnomer, because the maximum height of the building does not actually obstruct Estates Avenue, because of the fact that right directly above us, we are downhill from the senior center, and our actual height doesn't even exceed the height of the senior center, let alone obstruct the view from Estates. Unfortunately, we don't have a 3D rendering here. My architects had provided a 3D rendering that I've been able to see for the last 24 months, and been able to look at it from multiple angles and things of that nature. And if I may, we would like to request that that we produce the renderings at the time that we're submitting our construction drawings for permit approval, rather than to stay the hearing to view drawings from that actually don't obstruct the view from Estates, as the misnomer would go.
You do it.
Thank you. And through the chair, we did it one time, and I want to bring that up right now. We did it one time, and Commissioner Kern, you might remember that we ended up like putting this whole thing, and we went through the process, and we give the design subcommittee or our ad hoc committee the final say once they are able to see, you know, maybe the additional rendering. I think I remember that we did it one time. So at the end, you know, we're able to actually make that decision based on that, you know, seeing that that's 3D. Yeah, you know. So I want to bring that up as a potential, you know, consideration if this is something end up like all the commissioners want to see. Now, again, I'm not opposing the idea, and I'm reading through the understanding of the area and the locations. Yes, definitely the site currently, you know, presenting that, you know, 5-story high building, it's going to be lower than SA should not be blocking, you know, that much of a view at all.
And to clarify, Commissioner Wong, I believe when the commission did that scenario we're talking about delegating the authority to the ad hoc committee. That was about, I think it was about landscape thing, which was for a commercial building, which is a much different situation here. You know, the commission, excuse me, could continue this to request that documentation, that, you know, visualization, but, you know, it's not really going to change, just so you are aware of what it looks like, but it won't really change what the commission's authority is, which at the end of the day is very limited to deny this project or require it to be built at a lower height because it complies with the city's height requirement with any applicable density bonuses. So the commission's ability to, you know, modify that part of the housing part, at least, of this proposal is relatively limited.
Just more for clarification. Yeah, absolutely. That is another thing that we need to consider to as a commission, that we might not actually have that, you know, kind of authority, you know, based on the current, act and also the requirement. And it seems like that the applicant actually fulfill everything that's needed.
Commissioner Minnis? So I guess with regards to Commissioner Wong's question, I'm wondering whether we can work off of the images on page A0-AO-0.1, which has a number of renderings: one aerial view from the northeast, J, one view from the east, E, one view from the northeast, I, and to a lesser degree, one view from the west, F. It seems like between J, E, and I, we should be able to create sort of a mental superposition with those images to roughly project what that project would look like in 3 dimensions, because we have sort of within a broader context from J, we have a ground level view from E, and we have an angled view sort of opposite from where we're talking about with I. So I guess I'm not sure how much more benefit one more view that would be from the southeast, I guess, would be to see a slightly different angle on this project. I think we've got a rough idea of how much mass it would take up, what sightlines it would block based on E in particular. But there could be something that I'm missing here. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Well, you know, Raphael, I think it's really important here to really recognize our limitations with state law. I can understand the concerns of the people that are living behind. Also the traffic issue, and I think there are some things with the traffic issues we should address. But the bottom line is that because the state law has put such an emphasis on housing, that a lot of the abilities for our planning commission or any planning commission to drastically alter the design as long as it conforms with the state law, and we're pretty limited on that. And I think it's really important for, I think what Justin said, and I think what the applicant said is that, we pretty much have our hands tied. Unless, Justin, unless you can say I'm wrong on that.
No, I think you're effectively right. The project does comply with our development standards, and since it provides affordable housing, the state has provided, incentives to waive certain standards, which includes like increasing the height that would otherwise be allowable.
And Commissioner Current, to add, your ability to deny the project, or, substantial changes is limited. There could be minor, conditions I know we would not want to plant bamboo, but for example, if there was a minor requirement to, plant bamboo for, screening or something like that, that is still within, the commission's prerogative.
I'm not sure if that is going to alleviate the concerns of the, the people that already have a view, because I guess a view is not a guaranteed thing, so, I think we're, I'm very sympathetic towards the commenters. But I just feel like, you know, that with the state, we have to accept what, you know, what complies. And you know, as much as I don't like it, I think we, you know, we're going to have to approve it.
Yeah, my only concern, I know we're kind of going off out of order. Is what we can and can't approve as far as height limitations go, but as of this building and the height of it and the massing against this character with the rest of what's, you know, in that specific plan. So yes, I understand that we were allowed to go that high, but does it line up with what the quarter specific plan is for Pinole Valley Road? And is this building just too large and too tall for what that? Seeing it how the elevation in that building and the mass is, you know, related to the rest of the hillside and the other buildings around it, that might be helpful. And large, tall building, you know, it's like this around in the area.
And through the chair, I agree with you know, Commissioner Bensuli saying this, because again, you know, it's like I mean, again, loving the design, but it's also kind of how to phrase it, you know, kind of first in the kind, you know, around our area. And I think, you know, as a commission, if we are just slightly being extra careful about like looking into this.
Looks like Toby Long, the applicant, has his hand raised as well.
Yeah, thanks, commissioners. I mean, I'd like to just comment. We do a lot of housing projects. We all know the situation California is in with respect to housing. I would probably argue this isn't big enough for housing. This lot is uniquely zoned in the specific plan, and we are limited to only 49% of the square footage of the site can be for housing. This is a property that's largely designated for office use. And so the other lots that are, I think this lot is the only lot that has this designation in the specific plan. And I believe the surrounding adjoining lots are actually permitting higher densities and more housing, which I think we all have to be in support of. So I just want to make that note that we do have some limitations on how much housing can be built on this property. And again, you within the specific plan.
You know, is that something that we can get around? Like, for instance, the last application we had on the old Doctor's Hospital site, you know, it was all commercial mixed, and we were able to do housing because of the benefit it provided to the community. Might we want to rethink this to actually look at more housing back there rather than the office building? You know, because I'm really concerned, you know, that's another thing I'm concerned about is that, you know, in light of the post-pandemic world, you know, which is moving towards more away from offices and more to home working, I don't know whether you're going to be able to find tenants for an office building. And I'm just kind of wondering if we should be looking at, you know, having housing back there instead of office space.
As a 22-year owner of the property and being an employer of not one, but 3 different businesses and understanding intimately more so as an entrepreneur, the effects of that, the hybrid working environment, the blend is actually perfect the way that it is now and does apply to what the character of what the public plan was going for. When I was first broached with the idea of even introducing public housing into this, part of the idea was to be able to accommodate not only a workforce housing, but a place to work that, and I believe we've done that. As my architect had said, we could have gone higher. We did not. We wanted to accommodate the 29 units and be able to provide 29 parking spaces, which we do. This is quite uncharacteristic of the types of projects that are being proposed currently, where there is 0 to half the parking requirement for units. So for example, if you had 100 units, you would be providing 50 parking spaces. So not only does it accommodate the need for parking for the residences, but also that it allows for this very strong possibility that many of the residents will be able to walk across without having to get into their car and work in the building, or walk 5 minutes down the street to Kaiser without having to get into a car, or walk across the street to the high school. Again, as a long-term resident, knowing this property, working at this property day in and day out for the last 22 years, I had a very strong mindset of being able to give back to the community and be able to provide workforce housing for the school teachers and for the local residences, and be able to go across and patronize the various businesses. Yes, the street is very busy, but as the parking study does show, that it's very specific hours for which the traffic is primarily caused by the high school and will not change anytime soon. This project seeks to change our current habits of living far away from work and commuting an hour away from work, thus clogging up not only Pinole Valley Road, but I-80. And so a lot of the misnomers about height, about how they're going to block the view is just simply that. It's not true. The renderings will be able to show that the property is and everything is in compliance with what the state is mandating. And so again, I'm proposing to be able to address much of these concerns at the time of submittal for the actual construction drawings and permit.
Thank you for those comments. What we can do is let's go ahead and take the height thing for right now and put that at the end of our discussion. And we can come back to that because we might be able to go through any other questions and things that we have. And if we still have an issue with the height, then we can make a decision about what we would like to do if we can make a further decision. Remembering that this is the first time that we're considering this and it's something very different. And I think that the commission appreciates the vision and the thoughtfulness of what's gone into this project. So we're going to work together on this, okay? So let's go ahead and put the height aside for now. And Frankie, I see that you have your hand raised and we'll come back to this at the end. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. The questions that I have for you tonight are around some of the other projects. So what we have asked of some of the other developers are to ensure that these balconies, if there are requirements that they are not used for storage. I absolutely appreciate the glass balconies and the covered balconies. I think they look really nice. So hopefully we can put terms and conditions with the renters that, again, they utilize them, but we don't have things like barbecuers and bicycles stored on them. So the next one is in the attachment, I believe it's attachment D, page 6. I show that your team has worked with the church for an additional 6 parking spaces to be used during the work week. So I appreciate the thoughtfulness, again, working with your partner next door to ensure that there's additional parking as needed. I'm not sure how you're going to implement that, if they're going to have a special sticker or what's needed, but thank you for providing and working with the church to get those extra spaces. Next item is on the main entry. I do use your facility on a pretty regular basis, the building itself and the shops there. And that entry in and out of there is very tight. So I'm not sure if there's anything, if where your property line ends and the 7-Eleven ends, if there's, again, it's been brought up earlier, but if there's any way to increase that, even if it's, a foot, 2 foot, 3 foot, that would be really appreciated. And then on the affordable housing components, previously we had asked one of the developers, can we earmark some of these units for teachers or healthcare workers, essential workers? And it came back that we can't actually designate, but we could require that they be Pinole residents. So if there's under your property management umbrella, if there's any way of implementing a strategy to ensure that all the folks that are applying for those units are actually residents that live and work here. You know, maybe this might be somebody that's the bank teller from Bank of the West or Chase, or maybe it's one of the store workers over at Trader Joe's or Sprouts. The folks that are, you know, providing us services and taking care of our money. That would be really helpful to make sure that we earmark and include those folks that need that type of housing. And then lastly, I guess I'm trying to wrap my head around the size of the building, and please understand I don't have a problem with the size of it in any way, shape, or form, but maybe the path forward could look something like on this side, which I believe is being referred to the east side, which would be the estate side where the senior housing is. Maybe the path forward could look something like planting some potted trees on the top roof to provide a level of privacy for your rooftop and the guests that are up there, but also maybe breaking it up so that the folks that are facing the building, it softens the appearance for them as well. I don't know that that's feasible, but I just wanted to put it out there and see if that would be something that we could consider to help soften the effect of the building. And so with that, those are all of my questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you. If I might just quickly address a few, appreciate the questions tremendously, specifically with respect to what was one of the main questions you had? I'm sorry. Yes, with the tenants. So with policing the tenants, and I appreciate setting down specific guidelines with the use of the balconies, not for storage. One of the unique opportunities I have as a landlord is that my real estate office and my property management office are there at the building. So our ability to be able to police that type of misuse of the balconies for storage, which would create an unsightly look, it would relatively be easy because we would be able to walk over, knock on the tenant's door, and remind them that they're not supposed to use their balconies for that type of unsightly storage. Additionally, and I've said this in other comments before, to the best extent possible without getting in trouble for location discrimination, it would be our best intent to make these units available to local residences, although that it's not completely up to us because it would be against the state law. But when you look at the composition of the existing employers that are in the building, one of my tenants is a dentist and they have dental hygienists. And one of the aspects that I took into great consideration is the incomes of the dental hygienist and their ability to be able to afford the units that are present, not only for market rent, but also for being eligible for the BMR or below market rate units. And they coincided with their ability to be able to utilize that. There's also a hair salon there in the building, as well as a nonprofit, which employs several individuals, not including my own businesses that are there, and not including the fact that there are the Kaiser Permanente employees, of which I've extensively looked at their incomes and their ability to be able to utilize the space. But again, because of the fact that I've owned the building for 22 years, I know that it's in tremendous need of a facelift, that I've always wanted to be a good resident. And it is the intention after putting this all together, not to let it deteriorate because of misuse by tenants of using their balconies. And so these are things that are relatively easy to address by creating proper policy in place so that it's not overlooked. I think I've addressed the majority of the questions, although I forget some of the questions that you had, but I know going through them, the majority of them I had addressed and thought of long before we came to the hearing.
Excellent, and thank you. The only one, the final question that I had was there, because of this height concern that we're hearing, was there any way to put some type of shielding like potted trees, potted plants, something that would maybe go up and soften the look that would face the senior housing and the estates side of it? So that way the residents and the tenants aren't looking at, the building, just the building itself, but maybe some type of landscaping to soften it and help get everybody on board with that.
There's actually a roof deck garden up there that would be for recreational purposes. In fact, a picture paints 1,000 words. If you look at the landscape on the rooftop, it doesn't. It actually provides a nice view for the residents just looking down on it. It's not unlike, for example, when you're looking down at life going on in front of you from uphill, there's the tendency to want to be drawn to that. And that's the type of view that would be seen by the residents there, not some drab, unsightly view, but rather one that would show life and things and progression.
Right. So where I'm coming from at is A0-0.1, the view from the east, it's the E.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're looking at the very top of the building, you've done a wonderful job again, because it's the whole glass wall. And that's where, if there were some potted trees or something just to soften it, I'm okay with the building the way it is, but we're seeing that there's a little bit of concern, and I don't think it would be too much to maintain those trees if you put them on a drip system. So could your team consider it and try to add some type of softening through landscaping up there on that one side, the east facing component?
Yes, that's actually something that we are looking into. The landscaping edge of the roof deck, and it's basically parts of the conditions of approval. So, again, I go to this building every day. I live in Hercules. I work from that building, and I want to get this quickly done so that it's not a nuisance to the public. And at the same time, the other tenants there are able to get back to life as normal when the construction is done. So our goal is to not only use the modular type of construction to expedite the amount of time that we're actually in construction, but also at the end of the day to provide a very aesthetically pleasing environment that would not only be conducive to the various businesses there being able to thrive and thrive more just by the sheer proximity of patrons that would go to their businesses, but also to have that nice aesthetic that would be pleasing not only from a residential standpoint, but also from a work standpoint.
Commissioners, I'm sorry to jump in. I just want to point out on the landscape plan, sheet L 2.0, you will see the planting, which is already aligned to the edge of the roof deck. There are potted plants up there. I think it's also worth noting that the roof deck is about half play structure. We anticipate there may be children living here. And so we've tried to account for a small play structure on the upper roof area. So it's not really a roof deck for, parties and raves. This is going to be a quiet space.
Thank you.
Right, and we've added trees and at that property line as well to provide additional softening for that line against the parking. So I think there are pretty lush trees on the site already, but we have replaced them in kind, basically, if not densified them.
Okay, let's go ahead, Rafael Menes.
All right, so first off, just a reminder that to the people in attendance now, if you're speaking at the microphone up there and you don't hear a faint resonance, we can hear you in here, but the microphone isn't picking up what you're saying, so it may not be broadcast. Just a quick heads up there. because I know I've run into that as a public speaker a few times, so I figured I should mention it. So I have some more questions. I think this is now the appropriate time to go through my various questions. So first, there's a more technical one in page 6 of the conditions of approval, item number 22, sewer connection. I think the conditions are mislabeled. I think the sewer users fee condition is condition 13, not condition 19, and the sewer connection fee is condition 12, not condition 18. So I just wanted to make sure that the numbering was correct on that, or if I hadn't seen something there. I imagine it's just a technical error, but I figure we should probably be referencing the right numbers in our conditions of approval. Secondly, with regards to parking, I wanted to flag condition number 38, the parking occupancy survey. That's going to say that when all the residential units are occupied, they're going to do another study to see whether the parking actually works, whether we need to make changes, like say maybe they need to buy more spaces at the church parking lot or something like that. So it's less set in stone than your typical parking plan is. So that might offset some of the issues with parking along the line. Let's see. Question that I had was with condition 51 on page 15, where it says the project shall avoid the use of driven piles for the creation of a deep foundation system. And looking over the geotechnical report, appendix D, it didn't seem like they were really taking a particular opinion on which method should be used to provide stabilization below the foundation. I'm assuming avoiding deep piles is primarily related to noise reduction, but I was curious as to why that particular line was in the condition of approval. For condition 73, I think there's a technical error that might have gotten copied over from prior conditions of approval. I don't think that we need to worry about 1575 Man Drive, Pinole Middle and/or West County Mandarin School being in session, or construction-related traffic on Appian Way, because this project is probably not going to interact with Appian Way ever. For the police department conditions, number 74, it says the crosswalk should be raised or delineated with some sort of rumble strip / bus dots to draw attention to it and slow vehicles down as feasible. I think that's a good idea for a condition. I'm worried that as feasible might be too weak a requirement, because it definitely seems like you would want to, for a major crosswalk like that, to have it be flagged somehow. And I'm worried that as feasible would allow that condition to essentially be ignored if it was difficult. With regards to condition 80, architectural comments on page 24 of 43B, talking about the rooftop general safety features. I definitely think, especially if you're going to have kids up on that rooftop, that fences would be a very good idea, because we've all, been children and teenagers, and some of us have been up on top of roofs of apartment buildings. Probably a good idea to make sure that it's difficult to go off the edge of the roof. Condition 81 on page 25, video surveillance. I'm curious as to how broad the video surveillance condition is. Does it include interior video cameras? Is it purely exterior? I recognize it's not been finalized yet, but it's going to be determined by the police department based on review of plans, intended use, so on and so forth. But I suspect there might be privacy concerns linked to that, depending on the exact details of that. It looks like condition 83 flags the building as explicitly falling under the fire department's high-rise building guidelines H-01. So it seems like the fire department definitely thinks this is a high-rise building, even if state building code disagrees on that point. So that was everything for the conditions of approval. And then I had one question, I think, within the CEQA document this time, much fewer than the previous time around. So, yes, and I guess this ties into your earlier comment about the possibility of the apartment building being entirely electrically based. And also linked to sort of undergrounding within the conditions of approval. 4.19A says the subject project won't necessitate the expansion or relocation of existing utilities. So I'm assuming that undergrounding would only apply to the new utilities. I'm wondering whether you'd be willing to accept a condition of approval that the building would be electric only, to not have a gas line extended to it entirely. So heat pumps, electric work within it, that sort of thing. I'm not sure whether the modular buildings that you're using for the residential construction work with that or not. I'd assume so, being modular, but I figured that's something that's worth flagging. Within Appendix D, the geotechnical investigation. Let's see whether that was just a question. I had a question about the Pinole fault, but that was answered by Appendix F. So I guess that was my only question in that particular one. So with Appendix H, I think first, with regards to the vehicle miles traveled analysis and trip generation. One thing that I wanted to notice that it states on the page 5 of 5 that the project would generate about 490 daily 63 AM peak hour and 58 PM peak hour net new automobile trips. And I believe that I don't think it's elsewhere in this document. I think it's somewhere within the conditions of approval that it discusses that basically it's probably within the CEQA document that right now the current daily trips value is at 19,000 and the EIR basically planned for up to 19,900. So I think something we might want to consider for the future is because it's noted, but elsewhere in this, that this is a residential building for X many units and that it doesn't fill up the entire projected residential allotment for the service sub area within the specific plan for Pinole Valley Road. So if not for this project necessarily, but going forward into the future, if we're going to continue to fill out the city's housing requirement with more housing in this particular area, we might, I think, based on what I'm reading, be running up into the limits of the EIR, but I could easily be mistaken about that. That was just one thing I wanted to flag. With regards to attachment D, the parking management plan. Oh yes, I want to highlight page 7 of 9, where it talks about means of transportation to work, because I think that's one of the areas that really flags why it's important that we focus on transit-oriented development and altering patterns of transit use, talking about the specific means of transportation to work in this particular census tract. Because in referring to table 3, page 7 of 9 in attachment D, the means of transportation to work, drove alone in the census tract, 82%, in the 9-county Bay Area, 62%, carpooled, 7%, 9-county, 10%, public transportation, 4%, 9-county, 14%, bicycle, 0%, 9-county Bay Area, 2%, walk, 0%, 9-county Bay Area, 4%, work from home, 2%, 9-county Bay Area, 6%, and then everything else, taxi, whatever, 5% to 2%. And then with regards to household vehicle ownership, again, there's a market difference there. No vehicle available is 5% to 11% for the broader Bay Area. This is table 4 here. One vehicle available is 17% to 32% for the 9-county Bay Area. 2 vehicles available is 44% to 35% for the 9-county Bay Area. And 3 or more vehicles available is 34% to 22% for the broader Bay Area. So I think concerns about parking are worth considering, given that these tables state that household vehicle ownership in this area is markedly higher than the Bay Area average as a whole, and that driving alone is by far the predominant way that people get to work, much more so than bicycling or walking, which apparently nobody in that census tract does at the moment. So I'm somewhat concerned that the potential TDM measures, vehicle trips reduction, may tend towards the lower end of the projected range, which is why I was happy about the earlier condition of approval mentioned that said that there will be an evaluation once there's up to 100% residential occupancy that says it'll, whether or not everything's going to actually work out the way that it's projected to work out. And then with regards to attachment C, the giant plan stack, I was wondering on the very first page, AO-0, I like how you've got the massing of the apartment building broken up by using the balconies and sort of the 3-dimensionality of space. I'm curious as to whether it would be possible to make it harmonize slightly more with the, I'm not sure of the technical term, but the hacienda type appearance, I guess, of the existing office buildings, and to a lesser extent, the new office addition, by having the tops of the visible windows be rounded. It creates more of a curved shape, like the off hemispheres, I guess, for the office buildings. It wouldn't be that extreme, obviously, because the windows are much more rectangular, but it might be a way to sort of have the building blend more. I don't know whether that's technically practicable in terms of window design or not, but I figured that would be something that might be worth mentioning. Let's I'm somewhat curious as to the parking garage module stacking system, how difficult it would be to repair that system if there was a failure of it, because it seems like there would be substantial locking of residents' cars behind that if there was a failure, because there's one lift, and for the designs, all the 31 cars would be going through them. So I recognize that there will be inevitably issues from time to time, just mechanical problems and whatnot. I'm wondering how difficult it would be to potentially repair that if there were issues, given the centrality of it to the parking for the apartment building. I think also with reference to Vice Chair Martinez's question, I think he wasn't necessarily asking about the rooftop trees. I think he was suggesting perhaps putting some plants, some trees in the balcony right below the rooftop. So if you go to page A0-AO-0.1 and look at figure E, I think the sort of balcony extending out from the extruded concrete L shape right below the window is sort of the thing that I would see as a wall of glass. And of course, Commissioner Martinez can correct me if I'm wrong about that, but it seems like that was sort of the thing that was being flagged, maybe more so than the rooftop proper. With regards to the modular structures, I assume that fire's gone over all of them and they have their own precautions and so on. I noticed that there don't seem to be any exterior fire exits. All fire is going to be going through the center of the building, and that you mentioned the modular construction above the first floor is all going to be wood-based. So I was wondering if you could maybe go over a bit the fire safety implementation within the apartment building, just to, of course, an ease of mind. I'm sure that there's sprinklers put into the building already, but with regards to egress in the event of a fire, and especially in the event of potentially of an elevator failure, given that there's, you know, a multi-story interior stairwell, so how people in the ADA units, if they're modified, would be able to exit in the event of a fire. And I think that's all of my questions. Thank you.
I do see the applicant Toby Long has his hand up. Toby, I'm not sure if you wanted to add anything to this.
Yeah, thank you so much, commissioners. I will try to swing at a few of these. First off, we had only received conditions of approval on Friday, so I apologize. We have not had a chance to digest all of them, but just to preempt this, we will have significant problems with the fire department condition HO1, which may classify this project beyond the minimum requirements of the California Building Code. The requirements for high-rise construction are substantially complex and don't apply to this structure. So we'd like to work with the city to make sure that we can remove or modify that condition, or work with the fire department to find other mitigating circumstances as necessary, but we can't agree to apply standards to this project that don't apply under the California Building Code. So I just wanted to kind of point that out. I appreciate all of the double checking of the additional conditions of approval, and we will certainly try to do the same as well. I think with regard to rooftop safety, we can explore that a little bit further. So with respect to some of the lower level plantings, if I understood the question correctly, we don't want to try to build landscaping on areas that may be accessible to the tenants. That would provide a maintenance and cost to running the building that probably will be very difficult to manage or enforce. As we had mentioned, there is some screening along the property line, and we would be open to continuing to review that. With respect to parking stackers are a pretty common technology across the Bay Area and California at this point. They are managed, they're produced by very reputable companies. There are several out of Asia and a few out of Europe. They are reliable systems that are warranted by manufacturers and have a requirement for monthly maintenance. So the condition in which the stacker is, gets people stuck is quite rare, would be probably the same as any modern equipment standards that we would expect of any building type. We did explore round windows. Frankly, they're just too expensive to build. This project, as you might imagine, barely pencils as it is, as unfortunately is the case with a lot of housing in California. So we are being quite attentive to costs. This building has put forth a number of additional features that are additionally expensive, such as the balconies and the extensive roof deck amenities. And then last, with regard to egress, the building meets and exceeds all of the minimum requirements of the California Building Code. We have 2 interior exits that will be constructed using fire-rated assemblies. They are spaced within the requirements of the California Building Code, and the building is fully sprinklered. With respect to any disabled or accessible units, there is an area of refuge which is required under building code, so that people that are in a wheelchair, if the exit is blocked or the elevator is not working in the event of an emergency, they have a place within the fire-rated shaft to provide refuge. So the building will meet all of the building code requirements, which will be addressed at the time of our building permit submission.
Alex and David, did you get that, the condition of approval? Okay.
Toby, was that condition number 83 that you were talking about?
Yeah, sorry, I was HO1, I think was identified, and it might be condition 83, yeah.
Yes, it's condition 83.
Okay, anything else then? Do you have any other ones that had to be answered?
Well, eventually I'd appreciate an answer on the potential for full electrification and removal of gas link, but that doesn't need to be right this time.
Okay. Great, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Menez. Commissioner Banuelos?
Yeah, first I had a question for staff. I'm looking on the survey. And is there some kind of drainage easement behind this property? Is that what that is back there?
You're looking at Tim.
I'm looking at page 1 and it's the survey. I guess this would be the east side. And I saw it in a couple of other pictures in here where that looks like there's like a long, thin kind of little area there. It looks like it makes me think it looks like some kind of easement. And I was trying to figure out how wide it was. It's pretty straight, and then there's a little jog in it on one end. I think it's over by the church. If I'm looking at that right. Tell me what that is.
Commissioners, that's a concrete swale that's on the adjoining property. That does not generate an easement onto the subject lot.
Okay, but it looks like it's a big blank space. Like there's nothing in it. That's what made me think it was some sort of easement. It doesn't have to be for you, but I mean, in general. I was just kind of wondering, because to me, that kind of signifies it's a little bit of an area that's not going to be built on, which means there's a little bit of a buffer zone in there that hasn't been mentioned, which is a good thing. So one of the things, well, not one of the things, but looking at this project, I mean, this wasn't an easy project. You have the existing building that's, very dated, have requirements in terms of numbers of units, on a lot that's not the easiest one to figure out. A lot of people would have just dropped the existing building and put it right on the street, which I think if you all had saw a 5-story building on Pinole Valley Road, that would have been far more of a thing than the way they placed it in the back. And we couldn't do a thing about it. So there's a lot of kudos here for the sensitivity of the design team and the owner in terms of what they came up with. I work on buildings that are about 3 to 4 times this size. So to me, this is a little building, but that rate, it is kind of the first one of its kind in this area. And I think there's a lot of sensitivity that's been done as a result of what they came up with. It could have just been a big blank box, but there was a lot of articulation in the facade. I like the balconies. I like the changes in form on that. I would not put any more arch windows. I think what most people do is they put too many and it looks cheesy and fake. And I think what they have here is exactly the right number, and they have a nice form that they borrowed from the existing building, which is probably one of the things in the existing building that's kind of nice. One thing I would mention though, I'm looking on page, let's see, one of the elevations here. Went over the, so I'll get back to it quickly. This is a really small kind of comment. There's I think it's the east elevation. There's one of the rounded windows, one of the big round windows. And I think I found it here. Okay, I'm looking at page A0-4.1 at the south elevation, not the east. And you see the existing building to the left, and nice ideas on how to kind of spiff that up, by the way. I like kind of the materials that you're using for that. You kind of kept the basic form of the building, but you kind of made it more contemporary, which is pretty nice. The arch window that's on the new portion there, it's kind of like it's floating. You know, the other ones are kind of grounded because you have like this, it looks like a kind of a wainscot of the cement board, but the window up high is just kind of doing one of these. I would, at the very least, run some kind of trim across that sill line. It doesn't have to be a whole change of material, but even something about, 6-8 inches that ran all the way across that wall would pick up and kind of echo what you're doing with the change of material on the bottom. And it wouldn't be a whole lot of money, just when you raise that's stucco up there, right? So you could raise the stucco and do that, and that would really pick up a connection between the old and the new. That's a good part of the old and a good part of the new. So I was kind of looking at that, and actually on the front too, where you have the big arch window right in the center with the little tower thing up above it. That's a little bit on the blank side. I would almost do something like that. Now that would be the only place where I'd want to. I don't know if you're doing this now. It's not labeled, but whether I would maybe there, because you're looking at the big facade of the existing that's been modernized. So maybe that bottom portion, that's a wainscot, maybe that would be the cement board as opposed to the stucco. I mean, that's just, you could also make it look like that. So it could be just a matter of a color change that played in with the bottom. So that's just a little detail. I like that it's in the back. I think these 3D pictures are pretty helpful. Like I said, I don't think of this as a very big building at all. I mean, it's for Pinole, it's kind of big, but someone's got to be the first one. And I think it's being done very successfully because it's pushed pretty far in the back. It's totally in the back. And the pieces of the addition that kind of face it really relate to each other, to the new separate building very well, I think. And I think there is a certain level of sophistication in all these the different size openings. They're not just windows planted on there like you see on apartment building after apartment building. They all have a meaning and they all have a place. And there's a hierarchy to them that I think really is pretty successful. And so I like it. And I'm not even though I work on buildings that are like this and bigger, I was never really a big fan of tall buildings. And so, but at the same time, I think this is appropriate for the site, given what you had to do and what you were handed to do. Because, like I said, that front project that easily could have been torn down and totally started over, but you were able to make the existing work the way it was. So, I know that you're maximizing your parking in the back there. It tends to look a little sparse for landscaping. I know you have your little edge at the back. I would have liked to have seen some more greenery against the building, between the building and where those parking spaces are. I know that it looks pretty tight in there in terms of your driveway, so your hands may be tight on that. But would have nice to have seen a little bit more of an edge between the building and the pavement. Were you doing anything special with the pavement? Is it just basic asphalt, or are you doing anything like I don't know, pervious type?
Have pervious against the residential building, the parking directly in front of it between it and the 7-Eleven. That's all pervious.
Okay.
It softens that residential area a bit.
Okay. Sounds good. I like the rooftop balconies, things like guardrails and that kind of stuff. That's a given because you're required by code to have it. the tall building, you can always go a little taller, I suppose, just to kind of give us more psychological type thing. But I mean, all the stuff that's being commented on is all basic code stuff to me. The interior exiting is pretty it's pretty simple and pretty what you expect. It's like exiting 101 stuff, so it works fine. I kind of, you mentioned you having the areas of refuge. You really need those, like building sprinkled. Don't you, when you're building sprinkled, you don't have to have areas of refuge?
You will need them unless you provide an elevator with a backup generator.
Okay, that's
So
fine.
You divide the hallway into 2 zones and then provide the area of refuge on either side.
Okay, that makes sense. To bigger buildings. So I think the interior in terms of getting in and out of there is fine. Notice that there's some little gateways and things in the back there for the fire department. So that's also a given. So, but I think based on what you have, what you started with, I think it's very successful. And I know probably there's people out there who didn't want to hear something like that, but these are the things that we have to deal with now. And don't always get people that are as careful as in terms of the design work as this was. So I think it's going to be a pretty good project. I don't have other than my little tiny comment about the trim, I think I'm pretty happy with it the way it is, just in terms of the massing, the articulation of the facade, and recapturing the roof for places to use for the people. I think that's all those things I think are going to be pretty good and what make this place something that's just not just your basic apartment building. There's going to be things there you can enjoy and you can do. And people there that are may not always get to live in places as nice as this. There's a lot of really nice things within this building that sometimes doesn't happen. So I think this is really going to be a real special place. So that's pretty much all I have to say. I mean, all the conditions of approval stuff, I don't really care about those. They all work themselves out. You can sit and talk about those till you're blue in the face, but they all work themselves out. They're all kind of basic things that you'd expect. So get all to harp up on them, I think is kind of useless. So but yeah, I think, are these the final colors, or do you have to do more things to it, or is this your intent in terms of a color scheme?
Yes, this
Okay.
is our proposal on the colors. And there will be other colors in the building, on the interior, obviously, but this is our exterior proposal.
So this is pretty much how it's going to be when it's built. Okay, I was just checking. Sometimes, when you see the 3D models, sometimes they don't always 100% give you what you want to do, but that's fine. I think that's good. I think your choices are good. I mean, I like the lightness of it, along with the contrast of the wood and some of the other colors that are in there. So I think that's overall, I think it's going to be really something. So that's about all I have to say.
Great, thank you. Let's go to Commissioner Benzuli.
So I really like the project. I like how you incorporate the existing building and usage of the site and the space. I think it's a very good use of the site and making everything kind of blend together. I think Commissioner. So I appreciate the fact you incorporate a lot of housing. I love the modular construction thing. I think that's the wave of the future. So I really like the fact that you've incorporated that. They get the high rise thing and the condition of approval that one that maybe under. And the building is and what actually subject to that fine. I think that's still kind of definitely concerned about not so much the height and the mass of the building. Just looking back. And under 6.0-27, the service sub area, the scale and massing of the existing and the new services in new construction will be like to see additional viewpoints on how this building, which is going to be very big and tall compared to everything else, stands with everything else that's around that area. Side, from the street, that building will look compared to everything else in that area. It is just a large.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Benzuli. I think Commissioner Current.
Myself, President Ralphie, I mean, I have some issues with the height, but I'm very cognizant of the fact that we're very limited in what we can do on this project. I really appreciate the fact that Mr. Manical, as a local person who's going to be on site, and if there are any issues, I'm very confident that he will address those. But my only concern is I think Raphael had mentioned some changes in conditions. I just want to make sure that those are adequately addressed. We're entering a new era. We need housing, and I know it's going to cause an impact. I think that I would also like to listen to somewhat the people said about traffic. Having a third lane nearby I-80 sounds like a good one, not necessarily related to this project, but I think it's something that the city should listen to. I'm going to support the project, and it's going to be a big change for Pinole, and we just have to put faith that it's going to work out, because we're limited in what we can do. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Current. We have the fire department here. Police. Okay, great. Sorry. Wrong uniform. Great. Okay. I thought, wow, if you were listening and you were going to respond to that, I'd be like, wow. Okay. I just had in our memorandum, we had some things that were brought up by the design review subcommittee, and it said that you would be addressing some of these in there. So I just would like to go through those and see, where we're at. The first one was considering diagonal parking. I went to the site today, and so I saw that someone had put up a sign that said you can't go in the I guess it's the most north entrance, the one closer to the Arco station. So there's only one entrance and then the one exit, but I'm not quite sure how that works and how that goes with the diagonal parking suggestion. If you could address that.
We did sketch out the diagonal parking for Justin, and basically it takes up more space in the front parking lot. So we would actually have to subtract spaces in order to accommodate the parking clearances as well as the ADA access. It was very clearly not as efficient.
No worries. Okay, let's move on. Ensuring that the landscaping in front is refreshed. I see that you've got that there. One of the things that we push for a lot is for using native plants as much as possible, which is one of the other thoughts about right here. I noticed in your landscaping plan that that you have in your list, there are very few natives, but you have in the on page L4, you have photographs of many, many, many natives there that are not on your list. So I was wondering where we stood right now at this point with trees. There's only 2 trees out of 32 that are native trees. And so considering the providing habitat, you're providing habitat for people and for work, thinking about also the pollinators and other things. So how are we doing as far as?
Rachel.
For broadcast, please speak into the microphone more.
Rachel from our landscape architect's office is on the line, I think. Rachel, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So the plant list is it's consistent with what's on the images, and it might be confusing because it's a little mixed up. The images don't necessarily follow the list because the list is split up by shrubs and perennials. Although there are a few that aren't on here, I see. But as for the trees, like the trees along the front are based off of the specific plan tree list, and there aren't actually any natives on that tree list. So that's why we don't have any natives along that front edge. And then the other trees chosen were based off of the arborist report and what he recommended. We're definitely open to looking at adding in some natives though.
Great, that would be great. Unfortunately, the specific plan tree list is outdated. And so thinking about in terms of natives and moving in that direction, it would be great to see, you know, a more of a move in that direction for our final. I was looking at percentages, but I hate to do that to people. So I want to give you, you know, a little bit more of a leeway in that. But I was looking at like 40% of the trees possibly being natives, you know, 50% of the shrubs out there, especially since we've got a decreased amount of greenery around here. I think that's not too much to ask.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
This is something we can work on for sure. It will also help our low water use. So we're right into this as well.
Excellent. Great. Thank you. The next one right here was ensuring adequate lighting, but minimize spillover light. So it looks like a condition of approval is there. We should be all right. Wondering if it's possible for permeable paving throughout the entire project, or you just kept it right in front of the residential. What was the thought there?
Basically, we included it to accomplish our stormwater goals. So it's a part of this whole system. They suggested that we, you know, can add it, but it's also very expensive and not as effective in the long term, just because of the shifting of nature of the pavers themselves. So we'd rather keep our current system because it is a pretty decent area and let it work as the whole, you know, as a collective system as engineered.
Okay. All right. I think we can live with that. I was wondering if there was one of the things that have been brought up in terms of that's it as far as the subcommittee's thoughts, but was if there was on our prior project, we saw what the width of the entrance into the driveway was on the egress and ingress and egress, and I don't see that. I couldn't find it on any of the pages. As far as thinking of that real narrow entrance in on the 7-Eleven side.
Yeah, I think it's just the 20 feet unless Toby, do you have another number for?
It's actually pretty wide because it's kind of straddles
I'm
the two
looking-
properties. It's wider than 20 feet because the driveway is actually 20 feet, but the corridor that goes down to the back of the property. So if you use that as the guide, like it's even wider than that. If you account for the 7-Eleven portion of that curb cut.
Yeah, Chair, that's 32 feet right now.
Yeah, sheet 1 on the civil plans shows a variety of dimensions along the south side of the existing building.
Sheet 1 on the civil plans.
Sheet 1 on the civil plans on the south side of the existing structure. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the survey. Sorry, sheet 1 of the survey.
And through the chair, I just measured it from Google, it's 32 feet right now. If you include the entrance of the 7-Eleven and the driveway, so
Okay.
total of 32. The driveway is only 20 and it's limited because there's actually a building stairs going at the edge of the curb, so we can't really extend it.
Okay. All right. Well, if it's as wide as it can be, it's as wide as it can be at that point then. All right. Then I had a question on looking at page AO 1.0, and this is your parking calculations. And I was trying to find out where all the bike parking was. And I could see some of the commercial bike parking is right on the sidewalk, but not next to the building.
There's some on the south side of the office building. Is that what you were looking at?
I'm looking at the right along Pinole Valley Road.
Oh, right. So there's some adjacent to that ADA access. There's an
Right.
ADA access ramp, and it's right adjacent to the ramp. It's not on the sidewalk.
Okay. Well, yeah, adjacent to the sidewalk. Is it protected from the sidewalk itself? Is there a small fence there or something?
No, it's just, there's the planting strip and then it's kind of in the planting strip. And then the public sidewalk is beyond. So
Right.
it's definitely on the property.
Right.
So you start to access the ramp and then you can pull over to park your bike.
Okay. Okay, right there, right in front of the
So that's the first section of bike parking. Then there's bike parking toward the back of the site at the south, just the south side of the office. I think it's near parking spaces 30, around 30s. And then there's also bike parking toward the east of the residential building, adjacent to the trash enclosure back there. So we have 3 locations.
Oh, I see, 10 bikes. Still missing the one by the 30s.
Just if you're looking at the office building, you're going into the entrance, the main entrance. If you look to the right, it's near the ADA spaces for the office.
Oh,
It's
okay.
right in front of parking space number 36.
Got it. Okay, great. Great. That's excellent. All right, thank you. I just couldn't see him. All right. Then I was wondering about the access from the church parking spaces. Was it going to be, parking near the front and then going around? Walking in, or is there access through the fence between those properties?
Right. Did you want to talk about that?
So it's not shown in the plan there, but I have had discussions with the pastor next door about creating some type of a pedestrian entrance. That would, because what they didn't want was a driveway, a thoroughfare from that, which I understand. But if we made a pedestrian access so that people could park at the wall where the church would be, that was something they were actually very open to. And one of the things that we openly discussed was that some of his parishioners would actually be able to even potentially live and work at the building. So that was a huge part of what could be done in the community. Not only could people work, live, eat, grocery shop, and go to elementary and high school, but also go to the church next
Go to
door.
church and get donuts for church.
Church,
Yeah,
get
that'll work
donuts.
out. Yeah, okay. All right. And then finally, I just wanted to address for us, I went out again to the site today, and because I was worried about the shade on the and the impact on the senior housing, and just thinking, you know, how much light was coming in there. But the senior housing has a fence that covers all of the windows of their property. So it's not, they're not even going to see the building at all. So that was an interesting thing. And I think the idea of the this residential building being down the hill as opposed to right up there, and not being as, you know, hugely massed. I'm sympathetic to the idea of what does it look like, you know, it as opposed to the hill and such like that. But it also seems to make a lot of sense that it is back off of Pinole Valley Road, and it is a much more attractive look. You've almost got to step up to it from the front 2 stories, and then the office building, and then in the back you've got this here. So I'm actually okay with that. But those were all of my questions. What I would like to do, it's getting late. And so Simon, I see your hand. Let's return to you for that question. And then I would like to see a couple of things before we go to our final on this. One, I want us to think about the height, and if we can be okay on everything else. And then if we do want to put it off until two weeks for our final, to continue it to then to make a final decision on seeing that, we can do that. The other thing is I want to make sure that we've got all of the conditions that Commissioner Menez brought up as far as switching and things there. So let's go to Commissioner Wong.
Chair, so really just comments, you know, I know that you are mentioning about the building height. And again, I'm not opposing the idea. I love the design. And I think the design actually did a good thing. Just like what, you know, Planning Commissioner, you know, Curran said, you know, somebody need to actually make that first move. And I think this is actually a good move. I actually like the design. I think the articulations are fine. I like the color of the residential, and I'll be honest, I like the color of that better than the commercial building. So, you know, if I really want to, you know, join into the comment about the color itself, I think, you know, it will be under the resolutions at you know, line item road item number 3035. As usual, I'm famous of hating pink color. You know, it's something that we can actually just bring it back into the planning manager for our final decisions. That would be great. I think I mentioned it on the 35 also. You know, again, just being very cautious about the building height here. Again, not opposing the idea. You know, I also been to the site this morning, just looking into that a little bit. On, you know, concur with you know, Chair, that it step down, and then also the screen from the senior housing. So that I'm not too worried about it. So that design is great. I think you guys did a pretty good job. Thanks.
Commissioner Benzuli, you want to respond to that? Do you have any last thoughts?
No, I mean, I like the idea of, you know, having some additional viewpoint drawn up and looking. You see, there's a little, it's not so much the height, it's just the mass and how it works with the rest of the area. It's too much building for that one area, and I get it. Someone's got to go first, but you know, it's just trying to find location and the right, you know, match.
I get it. And I agree with you in a sense, because this is our community, and we appreciate, you know, the bringing of a real quality project to it, but we represent our community and we want it to be the very best. And yes, we're held to certain, you know, constrictions by state law, but that doesn't mean that we don't go for the very best. So I've a comment on that then?
No, it's certainly within the commission's authority to continue this for a meeting and request those additional depictions if that's what they, if that's the will of the commission, you know, at least as to the residential portion of the project,
right?
You know, to the extent it complies with the city's objective standards with the inclusion of the density bonus, the Housing Accountability Act, you know, prohibits the city from denying the project or moving it at a lower density. And, you know, under a density bonus law, you're required to make these concessions. So our ability to not a project or require it to be built at a lower height is extremely limited, but you know, if that there are other things that perhaps the visualizations might help the commission with, and it's certainly within your authority to continue it for, you know, one meeting to get those diagrams, pictures.
Okay, especially since Commissioner Benzuli brought up the specific plan and the parts that exist there. So let's just get a temperature of the commission. Would we want to do that to continue for 2 weeks? We could do that, correct? Mr. Hannum?
Yes, if you have the votes to, yeah, you need to take a motion in a second to continue the item and then be specific on what it is that you're bringing back in 2 weeks so that we know
okay,
what the commission is looking for.
Okay, so that's what I'd like to think, to just get before we make a motion or anything. Let's do just a quick check if that's something that we want to do, or if we're going to approve it anyway, but it would just be a goodwill offering to see those, and you know, let's get the project started. So we have those two choices.
Go over what those are again.
Yeah, the two choices would be that one, we continue the decision until our next meeting, and we request that we have some more visuals of it. They can even just be sketches of what the massing of the project looks like, specifically the residential buildings right there, and maybe what it would look like from, you know, up above, what you could see.
Buildings around it, not the.
Including the buildings around it, right? So in situ, what that would look like. That would be one. Or the second would be that we take a motion on the project itself right now, and then ask for those drawings outside of our approval. So we ask for the drawings either way, but one is either we wait until we see them, or we make a decision now and then just ask to see them.
Well, if you make a decision now, there's really no point to see them because you've made the decision. All you're doing is making them spend money. Something you don't need. You're going to continue it because you want to see that, you know, that kind of justifies the effort.
So that's the
Yeah.
question.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the rationale for delaying is, because I think that only thing I can see is if the building is kind of massive to the people on the state, that there might be some kind of screening that we're allowed to do, which could be a legitimate concern. And the other thing I see that we still have loose ends on is the conditions of approval that, you know, that Raphael had brought up. And I think the applicant also had some concerns about one of the conditions. So, so my question is, can we iron that out tonight, or should we delay until next 2 weeks from now? I could go either way, but I'm just kind of leaning towards maybe we should just hash it out tonight and get it over with.
Go ahead.
I think Toby has something to say, but just really quickly, we've kind
I'm
of.
sorry, make sure you speak into the mic.
We've kind of been working through this project for a long time. As I mentioned, we had a neighborhood meeting. Nobody came to the meeting enough to comment. And then we've also gone through design review on this project. Nobody commented on the height necessarily in relation to the hillside. So this is coming rather late because we feel like we've offered a lot on this project so far, addressed all the comments and, dotted the i's, crossed the t's. I just feel like we've offered as much time and energy to this project as we can. At this point, the owner is eager to start the project. So I feel like there was every opportunity to bring this up prior to this point where we've really dialed everything in now.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to thank the commissioners for your time this evening. Obviously, we know what's involved and you guys are taking time out of your lives for this. Obviously, the community appreciates all of it as we do as well. I just want to reiterate that, we're into year 2 on this project. This is kind of why housing in California has become a real problem. We see these things getting drawn out. We're very happy to provide visualization as goodwill. It's not a money problem. We're happy to provide that information for you. We do have limited information about the size and height of buildings around us. We don't have a survey of the adjoining lots. This would all be basically projection on our behalf anyway, using the best aerial photography that we can. But we just don't have good data points, certainly for the hillside behind us. Again, it was never surveyed. So we're going to have to do our best if we're providing that level of rendering for you, which again, we're very happy to do. So we're just looking forward to trying to get this thing to move along here. This is a real puzzle. We've been working on this for a long time, as we said. It's a bit of a Tetris game, and between all the various factors, I don't think we can really affect the design of this building without substantially undermining the proposal as it stands or significantly reducing the number of units that are being proposed. We're compliant with all of the laws that we've been presented, both from the city as well as the state. And we think the project navigates all of those laws successfully and proposes a really great project for the city of Pinole. Frankly, if Pinole is going to build a taller building, there's probably not a better chance to do it than to do something at the back of an existing lot rather than putting it directly on the street. So we think this is a great opportunity and we look forward to your approval.
Great, thanks. Commissioner Benzuli?
What would you like me to address? I mean, if that wasn't part of the past 2 years of the project, I get that. It still behooves the area, the neighborhood, to see what this is going to look like against maybe just artist rendering. There may be just, a sketch of rendering. It turns out that after looking at it, it really just doesn't fit. I think it's just worth the extra look. And yeah, that wasn't part of all the other parts of the planning process, but area.
Okay, any other comments?
To the chair, same thing, similar to Commissioner Benzuli. It's like this is a time that we in the ad hoc committee. So this is literally the first time and the only time that I can see the project. I know that you guys are putting a lot of effort to it, but on the other hand, this is the only time that we are seeing it. So to say that I want to get it done now, in a way, sorry to say this, in a way that's turned me off a little bit. On the other hand, I do agree with Commissioner Curran that we want to narrow it down. We will narrow it down tonight. So getting to see a point where that the rendering might end up not being that much of a useful thing. So if you want to narrow it down tonight of getting us in, I'm all for it.
Okay, so what's the will of the commission?
I could vote now.
Chair.
Go ahead, Frankie.
Chair, I'm of the opinion with Commissioner Current in that given the timelines of these projects, it may be a good idea to see if we can just review the items and go for a vote on this tonight, because regardless of what the renderings are, there's no way that we can adjust this project without significant cost to the developer, which then might turn it into a situation where if there's cost overruns and things of that nature by trying to change it, then it puts us in a whole different realm. And in an effort to ensure we're considerate of the amount of dollars that have already been invested into this project to bring us something as exceptional as this already is, I just don't feel that we need to go through that exercise. But I'm willing to go with what the group is asking. I just think, given the work we put into it tonight, that I'm okay with making a vote on it tonight.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then
and if it helps, I can make a motion of what I'd be looking for, and if it's not seconded.
that was
the other way.
my point. That
Okay.
was my next
Okay.
question. So go for
Sure,
it.
I'd like to make a motion to ask for additional renderings from both the street and from the side to show building massing and height against adjacent structures and adjacent kind of environment. And
I'll second that.
And just to clarify, Commissioner Benzuli, I assume that's a motion to also continue this item until that date as well.
yes.
Be possible to propose a motion to approve it tonight as opposed to continuing it. This project has actually been going on for 4 years, since 2019. And I've spent an inordinate amount, hundreds of thousands of dollars already in CEQA requirements. And I can assure you that if this project is approved, that as a part of approval, we could supply renderings of what this building will look like in real time, albeit that we will not have the exact estimates of the buildings. I mean, the fact of the matter is this is exactly why there is a housing problem in California, because projects like this do take 4 years. I'm going to be in Europe starting this Sunday, and I'll be gone for a week. So to continue it another 2 weeks from now would impose within some of my own scheduling.
Okay, thank you. We do have a motion on the floor and a second to it. So we'll go ahead and vote on that, correct?
Yep.
No.
Wait, well, I haven't called your name yet.
Hang
Thanks, Dan. Commissioner Menace?
No,
No, Commissioner?
that's a no, negative.
Okay. Commissioner Benzuli?
Aye.
Commissioner Wong? Commissioner Current?
No.
Commissioner Vanuelos? Vice Chair Martinez?
No.
Chair Moriarty?
Yes.
Motion is denied, 4 votes to 3.
Okay, now we've got that. So I think we can move on to entertain a motion to approve the project.
I think there's something we need to do before I'd like to go through. You know, Raphael went through the list of conditions and made some very I think there were some errors and stuff like that. I would just like to, for him to go over those.
Right,
again.
Alex, you have that list, right?
I do not.
You do not.
Raphael has it. He had quite a few.
I have it. Most of them weren't technical errors. There was one technical error in particular on condition number 22, sewer connection, which referenced incorrect conditions for the payment of sewer users fees and payment of sewer connection fee. I believe it should be condition 13 and condition 12 respectively, rather than conditions 19 and 18. You can see condition 19 on that page and it has nothing to do with sewer connection fees. But if you go back to conditions 13 and 12, you'll see that they match up correctly with what's referenced. Most of my other questions about the conditions of approval were more questions to the applicant or to various city departments linked to points within the project itself. Though I am still curious whether the applicant would be willing to accept a condition of approval for the project requiring its complete electrification and the removal of a gas link to the apartment buildings at least. I recognize the commercial buildings may require gas for particular commercial uses.
Rafi, I'm so confused on your.
I'm sorry, Dave,
yeah,
could you speak into your mic?
Okay,
Thanks.
wherever the mic is on the laptop, I have no idea. But I was just wondering, I didn't quite understand what you were talking about, the sewer connections and stuff like that. So can you do that, go over that again a little bit slower?
Commissioner Current, that condition of approval 22 references within the condition references condition 19 and condition 18. And those should be references to condition 13 and condition 12.
Gotcha, thank you.
Yep, and then condition number 73, this isn't as important as number 22, but we could probably just cut 73B entirely because it's not relevant to this project. Condition 74.
Justin, do you recall this being a comment from our planning review about the rumble strip? I believe the civil proposed this, our current solution, which is a paver solution, because they were concerned about the the rumble strips degrading over time. Do you recall that?
I know the comment just came from police as the comment came from police as a design suggestion. So if it's not feasible in terms of like maintenance and installation, it could be something that's removed.
Can we get back to you with detail from civil on that?
You include a detail for that?
Or can we get back to you with some detail from civil on that?
Yeah, and that could be part of the construction plan set as well, assuming it moves through. The condition does mention if it is feasible. So if you demonstrate that installation of that rumble strip isn't feasible, then that could satisfy that condition.
Great.
You don't have to be satisfied to PD. So, I mean,
Right.
if PD says, that, yeah, you're right, then that condition can be removed.
Okay, so if feasibility is a reasonable standard there, but I don't have a problem with that condition. So those were basically my condition points, 2 points of technical amendments to remove unnecessary information or to make sure the condition connects to the sub-conditions that it actually should connect to, and 1 request for an additional condition if the applicant was willing to accept it.
Commissioners, I think that we are very motivated by the REACH codes that are being passed across the Bay Area and the decarbonization effort that the Bay Area is currently underway. We would fully support Pinole's move towards passing REACH codes, which we would encourage you guys to move quickly to adopt. But at this point, given the fact that gas is still permitted as a use of building construction in the area, we would prefer to leave that option open for reasons of affordability for the moment.
As you noted, it's not yet, it's written in Pinole law. That's why I was requesting whether you'd be willing to consider it.
In the spirit of sustainable construction, we will be pursuing it as we are with most of our projects, but we are finding that supply chain issues associated with heat pump technologies can be a little bit challenging at the current moment. So without understanding what the future looks like, we're trying to take advantage of the opportunities that are presented by the current allowable code.
Okay, so in that case, accepting your good faith efforts towards that, we probably couldn't really have that as a condition, but I would request for a motion that we modify condition of approval 22 to change condition 19 to condition 13 and condition 18 to condition 12. And that we further modify
Condition 73.
condition 73 to strike 73B entirely.
We'd also like to address number 51, as you had pointed out.
The driven piles. Oh, yes, I did have a question about avoiding that.
Yeah, I believe we can avoid driven piles, but we would like to do this at the consultation of the geotechnical engineering team that at this point has invested substantially into our fault trace analysis work and will be advising us on foundation systems moving forward. So again, we would like to leave all options on the table to the extent feasible. We can mitigate through a variety of other means, but if possible, we would like to continue to keep that on the table. It's unlikely that we will head down this path, but at this point, we have engaged in the technical portions of engineering to know that with enough certainty to agree to that right now.
Sure, and it looks like item number 51 isn't a complete prohibition because it does say where there are no alternatives to the use of driven piles, the project may be subject to reconsideration, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, we don't really want to drive piles. They're kind of annoying and they're nasty. So we're going to try to move away from that as well, but I appreciate their clarification.
Well,
So
that,
I was
as well-
that we remove.
Dave,
Microphone.
Commissioner Current, we cannot hear you.
Okay,
there you go.
I'm using my laptop because I didn't get to. I would suggest that we remove the wording about the planning commission. The project may be subject to reconsideration by the planning commission, revised project documentation to potential impacts. I would strike that whole, just take that out and say as deemed necessary by the community development director, and let it be kind of on the staff level rather than on the commission level. And I'm not exactly sure that's the wording that's proper there, but something where we don't have to go back to the planning commission.
We could use a city engineer there by reconsideration of the city engineer.
Sure, that'd be good.
Is that feasible? Okay.
Right,
Yeah.
And planning commission, I just wanted to add that that condition was included as a potential noise concern due to the potential environmental impacts for driving piles as opposed to the other issues. So while it is not likely that it might be needed and the applicant would do further investigation on it, we feel including a condition in there would be more prudent, I guess,
Right.
in terms of CEQA.
Thank you.
It sounds like the commission would like that to be changed to where there are no alternatives to the use of driven piles. Driven piles may be approved by the city engineer. The use of driven piles may be approved by the city engineer.
You rather just want to say that the geotechnical engineer recommendation of an appropriate foundation would suffice. I really don't think we should be backing piles into a corner. I think that's a bad idea. I think I'd rather see what the soil engineer says he wants to have in there based on what the soil is. And Pinole soil is horrible. You can have a perfectly good foundation in one place and the next house is falling down. So I would make it more general. I don't think that choosing a foundation is the purview of the planning commission. It's the purview of the building department based on what their information comes from the soil engineer and the structural engineer that puts it together based on what he gets from the soil engineer. So I wouldn't want to even say anything about the foundation whatsoever, other than we're gonna see what the soil engineer says. So you can kind of work something out with that, but I think this nailing down the piles is ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree, Tim.
I agree also. But through the chair, I just want to be time sensitive because we only have 8 minutes left. I want to make sure that I can make a motion of extending the meeting to 11:15 to get this agenda done.
I'll second that.
Get it done now.
Yeah.
We got 5 minutes.
All right.
Yeah, 5 minutes. I bet you we can get this done in 8 minutes.
Commissioner Menes,
Aye.
Commissioner Benzuli,
Aye.
Commissioner Wong,
Aye.
Commissioner Current,
Aye.
Commissioner Benuelos.
Aye.
Vice Chair Martinez,
Aye.
Chair Moriarty.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 to extend the meeting.
Okay.
I also see Toby Long, the applicant, with his hand raised as well. Toby, I'm not sure if you want to make a comment.
Oh, I was just gonna agree. Sorry, I did put my hand down.
You don't get to vote.
8-0.
Darn it.
All right. Okay, so does that take care of all the conditions of approval? Okay, then can we entertain a motion?
So it's still not,
yeah.
Raphael had a motion on the
Sorry.
floor to make the changes to Commissioner Menace to condition of approval 22 and 73B, but it's still not clear what the change is to 51. If it's to strike that condition completely or what? The will of the commission.
Tim, you seem to have some direction on this, so why don't you say what we think we should say?
Okay, let's see. Yeah, let me look at it for a second. I would say, well, it says a project shall implement the recommendations of geotechnical engineer prepared by Miller Pacific Engineering Group. Just end it right there. Forget about all this driven pile stuff unless he tells us you got to do it. So all the other thing is.
I think you should mention something that any changes from the recommendations must be approved by the city engineer. I think we need to have somebody from the city getting involved to make sure that there's just not going to be a carte blanche, do whatever you want without the impact of the neighbors.
Well, it has to be done to code. And it has to be done based on what the soil engineer says is the most appropriate one. They're not going to go and pick the most, well, I shouldn't say that they could, but I don't think that they would go and just use piles just to use piles. They have to be a specific reason, just like if they used any kind of foundation, if they went and did a mat foundation, that would be a specific reason for that. I think it all centers down to the appropriateness of what the foundation system needs to be based on their recommendations.
And through the chair, I agree with Tim. It will be going through the plan check, review anyway. So, our plan checkers, our engineers from the city will be looking into, the construction drawings, and the report, for design of the foundation.
And then they're going to go out during construction and see what's going on there. There always could be some last minute changes, but it's kind of like things getting moved around and whatnot. I mean, it's not going to be a wholesale complete change to the foundation system during construction. I think we should just say the project shall implement the recommendations of the geotechnical investigation prepared by, blah, blah. End it right there. I think all this other stuff doesn't mean anything. Because it gets covered. There's so many layers of regulation and review that when you start nailing yourself into a specific foundation system at this level, you're just asking for trouble.
Hey, Tim, I go by your expertise. It's one of the things you bring to this commission is that expertise. And so I agree with you.
So I'm okay with that first sentence and just get rid of everything else.
Okay.
And Chair Moriarty and Commissioner Banuelos, and if we strike everything except the last sentence, I might make a recommendation that when the applicant does submit, they clarify the type of system that they use.
Well, they're going to have to. It's going to be in the drawings. The structural engineer is going to design that. That's a given.
It could be just noting it for planning staff, just to
So that
ensure
they do it. I think that's a fair thing to do. Yeah.
I guess my only concern with striking everything after the Miller Pacific Group is what would the noise impact be if they use driven piles? Do we have that information available right now so we can judge it? Because it seems like that's one of the standard things, one of the standard types of things that could be used. So because if it would be like, oh, it's going to generate 90 decibels within X range of the sensitive receptors, that might be the reason why that clause was there.
Commissioners, Michael Jewett is still on the phone, I believe. I don't know, Michael, if you can still hear us or if you've been following along, if there might be an opportunity to let Michael offer a few thoughts. This might put him on the spot a little bit. So I want to be attentive to that since we have not done all of the necessary testing and analysis. But Michael might be able to speak to this if Michael is still there. Tending to putting small people to bed, so we may have missed him as well.
Well, there is a condition regarding part of the enviro, the GO1. So basically saying the applicant shall incorporate the recommendations of the project geotechnical report provided by into construction drawings as determined by the city engineer and or chief building official, all applicable recommendations set forth in the geotech report prepared for the subject property, including but not limited to grading, excavation, with foundation systems and compaction. Specifications shall be incorporated in the final grading plan, construction plan. So
Yeah, that does it.
we do have a mitigation measure that covers it. So
Well, then maybe we don't need 51 at all then.
well, we need it in the sense that we, as part of a condition of approval of the geotech, are the city engineer wanted to make sure that that condition got in there.
Yeah, but just what you just read includes the city engineer and just about everybody else.
Well, either that
So
or
what's the difference?
or maybe we can just add that as part of we can just copy 90.
You can refer one to the other, I guess.
Right,
you know?
do that.
51 could be the short version and the other one could be the long version.
Right.
And they just refer to each other
You can do that.
without getting into, what color nails you want.
Exactly.
I think you often see some duplication between conditions of approval depending on just which monitoring department / division it is. And I think the big thing for this one is that it's monitored by the community development department. Strike the bit where the community development director needs to work at this project if a condition doesn't really need to exist. I agree.
Commissioners, I don't know
Okay,
if
you
this changes anything. I apologize for jumping in here again. I just received a text from Michael who can't get off mute, but his comment to me in a text thread says, no need for piles. So it's very unlikely we're going to go down this path. If you want to restructure that somehow, that's fine. It's likely to be a mat slab foundation, which will just be poured concrete.
Yeah, I was thinking it's probably gonna be more mat slab. So that makes total sense.
Okay, so are we changing this then? And then just leaving it as Tim suggested?
And then you already have the
So-
other one that kind of is the big version. So
Okay.
yeah.
The only last one was that number 83 that Toby said no to.
Or the high rise.
Yeah, so as of now, it requires compliance with any applicable standards in the Pinole Fire Department high-rise building guidelines. So if low standards, if you look at them and the requirements laid out there are for buildings over 75 feet, then they're not applicable and they're complying with condition 83.
So we don't have to do anything about that. Okay. Right, and Justin, did you have the language that you wanted?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Okay, now are we ready?
We have a motion, right? With
No,
these
we don't.
we need to make a motion with these
Yes.
modifications.
We need to make a motion with these modifications.
Okay, I'll make the motion to approve the consideration of a comprehensive design review for the purpose of constructing an approximately 17,280 square foot addition to the existing 25,161 square foot commercial office building, a new 5-story 29-unit apartment building, and associated modifications to the property, including the modifications to the conditions of approval that have been so mentioned.
Second,
I'll second it. Dave Current.
okay,
I call for the vote. Okay, Commissioner Martinez,
Aye.
Commissioner Benzuli,
No.
Commissioner Wong,
Aye.
Commissioner Current,
Aye.
Commissioner Benuelos,
Aye.
Vice Chair Martinez,
Aye.
Chair Moriarty.
aye.
Motion carries 6-1.
Commissioners, thank you so much for your time this evening. We really appreciate your great work.
Wow.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentations, and we look forward to seeing the completed green, beautiful, lovely 5-story, 60-foot buildings.
We will be sure to invite you all to the set day. It's kind of fun to watch mods be set. So it's a fun thing, and
That'd be
definitely-
awesome.
Yeah, I really like the way they did it at the El Cerrito BART station near there. That was really, I kind of saw it as it was going in. It's kind of interesting.
All right, great. Have a good night. Thank you. So we need to get to
Yeah, item G1 needs to be reviewed by the planning commission before it can be reviewed by the city council.
So we have 10 minutes before 11:15, right? So we probably need to extend to 11:30. Think that should be enough time?
I think, I don't know. I'm sure Misha can talk fast. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll challenge.
Go, there she is. Okay, so first of all, do we have a motion to extend to 11:30?
So moved.
Second, let's vote.
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez,
Aye.
Commissioner Benzuli,
Aye.
Commissioner Wong,
Aye.
Commissioner Current,
Aye.
Commissioner Benuelos.
Aye.
Chair Martinez,
Aye.
Vice Chair Martinez, Chair Moriarty.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 to extend the meeting to 11:30.
Okay, before Misha starts, because I know that some of the members are rather new, I just want to remind everybody that they're going to be looking at this capital improvement plan saying, oh gosh, is this project good or is that project bad? That's not in our bailiwick. We're just making sure that it adheres to the general plan. So it's kind of almost more informational than it is, where we make decisions, other than that it confers, it conforms to the city plan.
Misha?
Commissioners, thank you, and city staff and those watching at home. I have the pleasure of presenting our proposed preliminary capital improvement plan tonight. To identify, plan, and fund our projects and equipment purchases and maintain our. Basically, the plan aligns the needs with the CIP to you annually. It is a document that is updated annually, and it's a 5-year type of capital assets that are categorized in the plan are facilities, parks, our sanitary sewer collection and treatment system, our stormwater system, and our streets and roads. This year, we have a new category titled infrastructure assessments. That is a place where we're going to be organizing our asset management plans. As you may know, that we've master planning efforts, so they're just categorized in a different section of the CIP. The categories that I noted just a moment ago and the number of bits in each category is also listed here. And we're here tonight presenting the projects to you, and as the designated planning agency for the city of Pinole, we projects for consistency with the general plan. In your agenda packet, we have listed out the projects as well as the applicable goals and policies in each section. So this is just a summary of what is in your agenda packet. These are some of which are scheduled for the next fiscal year, and the general plan facilities similarly listed here for the 5 parks projects. Here, sanitary sewer, similarly, our stormwater, streets and roads. We have our infrastructure assessments, some of which were previously in the road section, for example, the active transportation plan, but now it's all housed here, and we've kind of know for those that have been tracking these, but this is kind of just another place to place these projects.
All right. So do we have any questions for Misha or any comments? Why don't we start with Commissioner Benzuli? I can see you up there.
No question.
Okay, Vice Chair Martinez,
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Wong,
To knowing the budget and a little bit of the schedule of that bridge replacement. Do you want to just share a little bit about that, San Pablo?
Sure. I'm happy to share about that particular project. So recently we basically are completing the preliminary engineering and design for that project. And we took that project forward to council to gain some direction on the preferred alternative, which is to build the bridge in the current configuration. We are proceeding to complete preliminary engineering. We will be submitting a program, lists out what the alternative is, and to seek additional funding to advance that project through construction. We hope to complete engineering design by the end of next fiscal year and then go into construction.
Sure. The reason why I'm asking that is because this has been tracked for multiple years. I just want to get some update. Thank you again.
You're welcome.
That's all my questions.
Commissioner Current,
I have nothing.
Commissioner Menace,
Some questions, but I suspect they're more for Mr. Mogg than Engineer Carr. So 2 questions. First off, we're only considering the funded projects. We're not really considering the unfunded and unprogrammed projects list at all, right? And then secondly, with regards to all of the projects, do we need to separate out ones that we would need to recuse ourselves from if we were voting on them ordinarily? Like I know, for example, the Hazel Street projects, I would ordinarily need to recuse myself from.
No, you just, as long as those don't come up for specific discussion, you don't need to recuse yourself from, voting on the item as a whole to find it consistent.
Okay, so leave that aside then. And we're not discussing whether or not the unfunded and unprogrammed projects comply with the general plan.
Well, they are part of the capital and the CIP. They're just on the unfunded list. So they are part of the general thing. They're obviously not the focus because the funded is, but they are part of the CIP.
The reason I ask is because they're not in attachment A. So far as I can tell, they're not in the general plan consistency matrix. So we need to do a fair bit more effort to locate just which general plan policies attached to each.
Yeah, the focus is on these ones that are going to be focused. I mean, if you are concerned with something that's on an unfunded list, that is something you could bring up as being a focus, but the as being inconsistent, sorry. Focus is on those items. So that's why you've been provided a matrix of those tonight.
And I think that's all my questions for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Banuelos.
Yeah, what about the Faria House?
UF 025.
Did I miss it?
It's in the unfunded and unprogrammed projects.
That's all I was asking about.
Misha, this brings up a question then, just for the public. How does a project move from unfunded to funded?
So prior to presenting to the Planning Commission, we took this version to the Finance Subcommittee where they have a list of the unfunded projects and they can recommend certain projects to be funded. And then we also took the similar list to our city council and provided them an update of the projects. Similarly, gave them an unfunded list. And these are the projects so far that have been identified that have attachments. The unfunded list is kind of a tracking mechanism for projects that have come up that are, that are important. Close preliminary document to council next week. There may be reasons. So that's why in attachment A, you see all of the projects, because if something is not scheduled, say in the upcoming fiscal year, council may direct to, change scheduling or fund a project from the unfunded list.
Great, thank you very much for that clarification. I only have one question, and this is regarding RO 1708. It's the Pinole Valley Road improvements. And I know that in reading this, it's talking about it just being like a slurry seal. And that would be it. But I'm really concerned about that area in that specific point as far as safety. So I'm looking at the general plan. The policies and goals are not met if it is just a straight slurry seal and repaint as is. So I'm not sure what to do with that.
Concerns have recently been brought up. We are working on the material rehab project, which some of the sections are close to that Pinole Valley Road improvement. And looking at bike lanes, but surely consider when we're going through any of these projects, we do look at the 3-corridor specific plan and the general plan to make sure that these projects conform to our existing plans.
Okay. All right. So I guess that just brings up the question then, if we think that, one of these does not conform, then what's the next step for us as commissioners? That's all. I'm not saying that I don't agree, but if I didn't.
Well, you're making a recommendation, based on the plan as a whole. So if you think that the one item makes it so great that you could not consider it, you could vote no, or you could make the motion, modification to say you think it's consistent except for this one item, and that could be communicated to the city council.
Okay, great. I think that Misha's response is sufficient for me to move that way. So are there any other comments, thoughts? Nice. Okay, then do we have a motion to approve this resolution?
I'll move that the planning commission approve planning commission resolution 22-03, a resolution recommending the city council find that the preliminary proposed capital improvement plan for fiscal years 2022-2023 through 2026-2027 is in conformance with the city of Pinole general plan.
Let's go ahead and vote.
All right, Commissioner Menace,
Aye.
Commissioner Benzuli,
Aye.
Commissioner Wong,
Aye.
Commissioner Current,
Aye.
Commissioner Banuelos, Vice Chair Martinez,
Aye.
Chair Moriarty,
Aye.
motion carried 7-0.
All right. Okay, we got 10 minutes. Great. Thank you, Misha.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Last one, the city planners commissioners report.
Yeah, I just have a couple of things real quick. One is just to let everybody know to mark your calendars, and for everybody who's still out there listening, for a virtual interactive community workshop this Wednesday, May 11th at 7 p.m. regarding land use planning in Pinole. The workshop will be focused on the effort to update the city's housing element, health and safety element, and the new environmental justice element. Your experiences and observations are a key element to this process. Information about the project and how to join the virtual community workshop is located on our website, or located at the website of www.landuseplanningforpinole, all one word, .com. We hope to see you all there. And again, this is our first community workshop for the housing element and all of the safety, and we'll be having a few more after this, but hopefully everybody comes out and participates. It makes the plan a much better plan.
Great. And
when
what
the
time is
community
that
does.
at?
It is May 11th at 7 p.m. and it's virtual. So if you go to www.landuseplanningforpinole.com, you'll be able to get the link and hook on to the conference or the virtual meeting.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm assuming this is primarily a council level meeting. Can we as planning commissioners take part in it?
Oh, this is a community workshop. So yeah, I mean, all of you, I mean, this is Michael Baker International will be conducting the community workshop along with city staff. And so, yeah, this is a community workshop. So planning commissioners and city council members are, they're invited to come and participate if they want, or if they just want to watch on the virtual community, they can do that as well. So.
Is that it?
That's all I have.
Okay. Then I just had a couple of questions. One, I wanted to follow up on that sinkhole that was brought up that was on the Denova property, the doctor's hospital.
Yeah, they haven't submitted for the grading plan yet. So we'll be taking a look at that when they get it, but I'll be talking to their project manager tomorrow on another issue. So I'll bring that up with him.
Okay. All right. And wondering, Attorney Mogg, where we're at as far as the historic overlay district.
We're hoping to have it. So I can't remember if I mentioned this in the previous meeting, but there were some delays when SB9 passed, and we had to sort of reevaluate to confirm that the proposal was legal. And you may have seen the Attorney General has sent out some letters about SB9's application to other historic landmark preservations in Pasadena, for example. But the general result is we think it is fine and are ready to move ahead with it. Now it's just a matter of scheduling it in for the council, given the next few meetings are focused on budget and then the potential of a charter city measurement.
Great, thank you very much. Does anyone else have any other questions, comments, or?
I have a quick question. Dave Kern here. The AB 1234 class certificate. I took the class 2 months ago. I don't know where to turn in the certificate.
just send a copy to me and we'll make sure we put it on file.
Okay, should I drop it off or should I just,
You can,
mail it?
you can mail it either way, either mail it or you can scan it and send it in or drop it off.
Yeah, they need an ink, they need a wet ink signing.
Okay, then you can either bring it in or mail it. Either one will be fine.
Okay. Is the next meeting going to be in-house?
At this point, our next meeting is going to be hybrid unless we know, unless we hear something different. So at this point, we'll continue to do the hybrid meetings. So
Okay.
until we hear different.
Okay, is that it? All right, we did it. So our next planning commission meeting is May 23rd at 7 p.m. This meeting is now adjourned.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Way to go, Ann.